What happens when a trapjaw ant falls in with a ravenous antlion? The earth will open up. For some creatures, a sandy environment is a problem to be avoided. But for one strange bug, it's the perfect place to set a trap.
They're relatively small animals with huge sickle-shaped jaws, and they're really, really good predators.
The antlion loves the sand. Better still, it loves moving sand. It's king of terraforming. Just a quarter-inch long, it can transform landscapes overnight. The antlion is often called a doodlebug. It's actually the larval form of a flying insect called a lacewing. But before it heads for the skies, it's stuck on the ground with a lot of earth moving to do. Burrowing in backwards, the antlion creates a pit by flicking up sand from a central hole.
What they're doing is they're gradually digging a cone-shaped pit.
The antlion is a masterpiece of devious engineering. Victims simply stumble in and never leave. Not far from the antlion sand trap, another predator is on the hunt. A street fighter with a spring-loaded weapon. A trapjaw ant.
Trapjaws have lean bodies with muscular shapes, huge heads, huge eyes, and these massive mandibles that snap shut like a bear trap.
Its spring-loaded jaws lock open at 180 degrees, like a crossbow. Then, on contact, they slam shut.
These jaws are the speeding bullet of the natural world. They are literally the fastest moving body part of any animal. They snap shut at 145 miles an hour.
And there's more. A venom-packed sting on its abdomen.
Trapjaws will use their sting or their mandibles first, depending on which type of prey they're trying to capture.
But does having the world's fastest jaws guarantee survival? And is a sand trap a certain killer?
I think the antlion takes down the ant.
Next, the jaws of death face their ultimate test. Then, neighbors from hell go head to head. And later, a fight to the death in the desert. Today, some trapjaw ants are on the hunt. They can slam shut their jaws faster than any other creature on Earth. But they still need to watch where they walk. There are death traps everywhere. Antlion pits, part sinkhole, and part quicksand. They bury bugs alive.
As the ant walks in to the edge of the pit, it's just so steep that they can't maintain their balance at the edge.
When the ant tries to escape, the antlion showers sand from below.
The antlion flips soil up and helps cause a small avalanche that helps carry the ant into the center of the pit.
The ant runs for its life. It's a lucky escape. But the antlion won't have to wait long for another victim. It launches its attack. The trapjaw can't even see its foe. Under the sand, the antlion has locked on, pulling its victim down. Those huge trap jaws are useless. And from below, the antlion has already begun sucking its victims' insides out. The trapjaw disappears without trace. Sometimes, in a bug's world, the best weapon you can use is the environment itself. And if your weapon can double as a grave, so much the better. Some monster bug wars are a battle of wits and strategy. Other conflicts are won with brute strength and raw power. When an ogre-faced spider and an army ant soldier face off, it's brains versus brawn. In the bug world, take nothing for granted. Shape-shifting assassins can appear anywhere. With long, spindly legs and an elongated body, the ogre-faced spider does a perfect twig impression.
During the day, when the ogre-faced spider isn't actually hunting, they hang in the grass. They have their legs extended, so they look like a twig or grass. They're trying to avoid looking like something that's edible.
Camouflage isn't the spider's only weapon. When night falls, the ambush predator starts knitting.
The ogre-faced spider has something that's absolutely unique in the animal kingdom. They build a web that they literally throw over their prey. This web is almost like a gladiator throwing out a net and capturing its prey.
Hanging upside down in midair, tiny claws clinging to silken guy ropes. The ogre-faced spider waits, ready to spread her deadly picnic blanket. The ogre's eyesight can pinpoint almost any target, even in darkness. 2 of its 8 eyes are like night vision goggles, giving this nocturnal hunter better night vision than even owls or cats. Nearby, an army is on the march. Nomadic, carnivorous, voracious. An army ant colony is a terrifying force. Within this deadly swarm, the most powerful of all are the soldiers. These special ops bugs are bred for war.
Army ant swarms are giant, precisely coordinated military machines. And the soldier ants are its attack dogs, except in ant terms, they're about the size of horses.
Soldier ants are built for attack. Large heads support the biggest mandibles in the ant world. Curved like fish hooks with razor-sharp points, they spear and crush. At the other end, a needle-like sting delivers paralyzing venom in repeated stabs.
The army ant sting is very potent, but it isn't used all the time. Often just the mandibles are enough for the bullying business. But if an opponent fights back, then the stinger is used like a taser set to kill.
Even alone, army ant soldiers are fierce opponents. This giant ground spider seems like an invincible foe. But the army ant soldier has superior one-on-one tactics. It latches onto the back of the spider's abdomen.
The muscles in the soldier's head are so strong, it's almost impossible to get those jaws open once they've clamped down on something. The soldier ant can even be torn in half, and he won't let go.
The spider tries to dislodge its opponent, but its fangs can't reach back far enough. The ant stinger's toxic venom paralyzes the spider's muscles and nerves. It's a great meal for the colony. But what happens when the lone warrior confronts the master netcaster?
Other predators are understandably hesitant to mess with a army ant soldier. This ogre-faced spider is more than willing to entangle.
Next, vicious mandibles versus a deadly net. And later, the baddest bugs in town slug it out. On the rainforest floor, a lost army ant soldier trying to find its battalion strays into the drop zone of an ogre-faced spider. The spider attacks with its gladiatorial net and toxic venom. The army ant fights with its terrifying mandibles and paralyzing sting. Who will emerge the victor? The soldier ant wanders into dangerous territory. The spider's huge eyes are trained on the approaching target. The net first scoops up the huge mandibles, disabling the ant's primary weapon. But a soldier ant isn't any bug. It's special ops. There'll be no surrender.
This army ant has strong sickle-like jaws. It's got a powerful sting. It could do real damage to the ogre-faced spider.
Despite being wrapped up, the army ant can still land a lethal sting. It waits for its opportunity. The spider, too, is choosing its moment. It takes a chance. One bite through the silk sends venom coursing through the ant's body. This soldier's fighting days are over. Its innards are turned to mush and sucked out. All that's left is a shrink-wrapped shell. One more casualty in a never-ending bug war. In the bug world, there's just one way to earn your stripes. That's by staying alive and making sure your victims stay dead. When a badge huntsman faces off against a spider-hunting scorpion, it's a head-to-tail battle. The badge huntsman is a running, climbing master of one-on-one combat. Equally at home on the ground and among the grass. It's the commando of this forest, and it has the stripes to prove it.
Badge huntsmen are really attractive huntsman spiders. They've got this gorgeous patch on its belly that's black and sometimes purpley colors. When they're defending themselves, they'll rear up their legs and show the bands on their legs.
Every badge huntsman species has a unique pattern, mimicking an all-seeing eye. The war paint makes them look big and mean. Blindingly quick, badge huntsmen chase down their prey in any part of the forest.
The badge huntsmen are very, very fast spiders. The underside of their legs are covered with something known as scopula. These act as suction cups so that they can essentially walk upside down anywhere.
When they attack, they inject a toxic cocktail with 2 super sharp fangs. The venom first paralyzes, then triggers cell death. These poison darts mean the badge huntsman is not afraid to take on bigger opponents. This Katydid is about to be toast. Actually, once those digestive juices go to work, it's more like a green smoothie. But fancy badges don't cut it with these guys. Spider hunting scorpions. And they've been around the block a few times.
Scorpions outlasted the dinosaurs. They outlasted the Neanderthals. They've made it through every form of climate change imaginable. The reason is that they're incredibly adaptable and very skilled predators.
Fast on its feet, a tough armored shell, the spider-hunting scorpion is a small, mobile fighter with a long reach.
The pinchers are an effective weapon because they're very long. This gives the scorpion a really good reach, making it difficult for another animal to get close without being grabbed and stung.
With claws that grab and a stinger that delivers paralyzing venom, it's a stealthy nocturnal hunter, an all-night diner with an appetite for fresh spider. Two forest killers are about to face off. Tooth and tail. Next, lethal foes locked and loaded. Then, a fight to the death on the pond floor. It's midnight in the forest as two killers face off. each waiting for the other to make a move. The spider opens with a sidestep, but the scorpion grabs its leg. The wound is a badge of courage for this huntsman.
There's a predetermined juncture in most spiders where they're able to lose the legs, and there is a sphincter that closes off so the spider doesn't bleed to death.
But she's not the only spider prowling in the forest tonight. Another huntsman comes along, flashing its badge. But after tasting spider flesh, the scorpion's keen for more. Now it's back for a kill. The badge huntsman will attack with lightning speed and hypodermic fangs. The spider killer grabs first and tries to land a death blow. But the huntsman fends off the stinger with its long legs, hoping to sink in its fangs.
When the scorpion gets into a difficult tussle, he uses his pincers and his tail like a wrecking ball, just throwing them around, hoping to knock the prey off their feet. And if they stumble, bang, they get in a sting.
The wrecking ball overcomes the commando and lands a clean shot to the back of the badge huntsman's head.
The scorpion's venom acts very, very quickly on the prey. It's like a flow of burning acid through the body. Starts shutting down the vital organs and the nervous system. Once the venom's in the bloodstream, it's good night and don't come back.
No need to hurry this meal. Meat always tastes better if it's hung. The scorpion feasts on its victim's body. A once proud badge of honor is trash on the forest floor. When a balloon-winged Katydid takes on a tree centipede, it's a battle of the bad guys, with only one winner. At first glance, it looks like a green leaf, swaying harmlessly in the breeze. But there's nothing harmless about the balloon-winged Katydid.
The simplest way to describe the balloon-winged Katydid is that it's a mobile leaf with razor-sharp jaws. It's an ambush hunter with a very straightforward attack strategy. Rush, grab, tackle, eat alive.
As a hunter, the balloon-winged Katydid has it all. Long antennae to detect prey and danger. Huge hind legs for jumping and kicking. But up front is the serious weaponry.
There are 2 rows of massive spines on the front 4 legs, and the balloon-winged Katydid basically uses them to pin the prey down in a spiked cage.
A fellow Katydid is easy meat. Legs, wings, head, gone. But what will happen when this ambush hunter crosses paths with the freight train of the forest? This is a killer with a need for speed. A tree centipede that's as long as it is ferocious. The tree centipede has 21 pairs of pointy legs to grip any surface and any prey. Plus 1 pair of venom claws that plunge into its victims' bodies, injecting fatal neurotoxins.
Of all the animals in my lab, it's the centipedes that are the scariest animals because they can just climb all over the place, and they do it fast, and they've got a strong venomous bite.
It's a hyperactive carnivore with a big appetite. So a large Katydid should be an easy snack, but don't count on it.
The balloon-winged Katydid isn't one to run away at the first sign of a predator. Remember, this is an animal that's used to winning fights.
What will happen when the prize fighter meets the runaway train? Next, 2 hard hitters go head-to-head. Then, a serial spider hunter meets a forest commando. And later, Showdown. Claws versus jaws. Of all the bugs in this habitat, these are 2 of the baddest. Tonight, the balloon-winged Katydid is out looking for dinner. So is the tree centipede. And it's picked up a Katydid's chemical signal. The centipede storms in, but stops. The Katydid backs off. It's all the hesitation the tree centipede needs.
If it's a large prey item, they will literally wrap around. Their back end is capable of holding on to the prey, so they're both wrapping and grabbing with front and back end. Powerful animal.
With 1 trademark blow from its venom claws, the centipede delivers the knockout.
The tree centipede is venomous enough that it has a big effect on essentially anything that it bites, everything from invertebrates to vertebrates. It's a strong, potent venom.
The Katydid is alive, but helpless. Its savage mandibles and spiky legs are useless. The centipede's powerful jaws now go to work. Ripping, tearing, feeding.
Centipedes are voracious predators. By the time she's finished with this Katydid, there's nothing left.
In Hollywood, the underdog often wins. But when Mother Nature's writing the script, there's usually a sting in the tail. when a banana spider clashes with an orange-horned Katydid. It's a battle to die for. There are many femme fatales in the rainforest. But the orange-horned Katydid is the ultimate mean girl.
This is a body-slamming, take no prisoners, bite your head off type. And trust me, when she's in a fighting mood, you don't want to mess with her.
A sit-and-wait predator. Very little escapes this consummate murderess.
Those huge compound eyes give the Katydid very good vision. And the long antennae allow her to feel and sense prey from a great distance. So another predator would have to mount a surprise attack in order to have any kind of competitive advantage.
Tangling with this bug is a daunting prospect. She's armed to the teeth. Savagely spiked back legs are spring-loaded weapons that deliver a lethal kick or launch her out of danger in a single bound.
These muscular hind limbs allow a Katydid to jump up to 20 times its body length. Now, even a human Olympic world record long jumper can jump a distance maybe 5 times his body length. So this insect makes our most stellar athlete look pathetic by comparison.
This hapless cricket could kick itself, or straying into the Katydid's murderous clutches.
The only type of hugs that the orange-horned Katydid gives are fatal ones. She wraps them up with the spiked arms, piercing them with the spines, and then goes in for some hardcore mouth action from which they will never recover.
2 sets of feelers help her work out the size and shape of her meal. Wickedly sharp mandibles with hardened black tips mangle the cricket's soft tissue. With her belly full, the leftovers are discarded like yesterday's lunch. The orange-horned Katydid isn't the only ruthless female in this forest. With a sleek body, slender, tapered legs, and attractive markings, the female banana spider is a bug world beauty queen. She rules her world ruthlessly. From her webs that she weaves with spun gold. Concealed in her golden castle, the deadly queen waits for her victims to come by.
A prey item has come in, she feels the vibrations, and she rushes down to grab it.
With her victim trapped, the banana spider shows her true colors, and it's not a pretty sight. Behind hairy feelers, known as pedipalps, are large curved fangs that inject powerful venom, then tear the prey apart. A tiny leafhopper is just a snack. Next time, the beauty queen will be looking to supersize her meal. But not all of the banana spider's conquests are disposed of so easily. The orange-horned Katydid has wings. What happens when the ultimate mean girl is on a collision course with a high-wire huntress? Next, female killers fight for their lives. Then, a gilt-edged destroyer takes on a deadly assassin. And later, Fight Club in the forest. In the moonlit jungle, a banana spider sits patiently in her silken death trap, waiting to welcome her next victim. Not far away, a female orange-horned Katydid loiters with murderous intent. Two female killers at the top of their game are about to do battle. Dripping with toxic venom, the banana spider's fangs can take out any prey. But the orange-horned Katydid's spiky limbs and razor-sharp mandibles could easily cut her enemy clean in half. Keen for a kill, the orange-horned Katydid launches straight into danger. The banana spider approaches with caution.
She's tapping that Katydid with her front leg to see whether the Katydid has much give. Is it able to get loose?
The Katydid pokes back, but the beauty queen now has her opponent in her sights.
As long as the Katydid can hold the spider's fangs at bay, it has some chance of surviving this. But defending yourself while being tangled in strong and sticky silk is a pretty tall order.
The Katydid struggles to escape, but finds itself deeper in the web. The banana spider seizes its chance. Sharp fangs pierce the Katydid's abdomen, delivering their toxic payload. Even as the venom shuts down her nervous system, the orange-horned Katydid tries to bite through the silken trap. The beauty queen approaches again. The Katydid isn't giving up. She fights furiously.
This is a great example of how deeply entrenched the will to survive is with these animals. She just keeps on fighting, no matter how bad the odds.
Eventually, the Katydid's struggles grow feeble. The web weaver delivers the death blow. It's been a titanic battle. The beauty queen wraps the spoils and begins her long victory feast. She doesn't bother with regal table manners. Digestive enzymes break down the Katydid's body, turning soft tissue into a protein shake. In the bug world, beauty queens don't get their kudos from crowning ceremonies. They get their kicks when their rivals are trash on the forest floor. A bug's life is mostly a short one. Just months, weeks, or days. And that's if they make it to old age. When a dreaded earwig and a bee-killer assassin bug go bump in the night, one life will not run its natural course. The earwig is like the garbage man of the bug world. Small and brown, it's like a cross between an ant and a cockroach. With the dexterity of a high-wire performer, it relentlessly scours the rainforest for a meal. Any meal.
Earwigs are omnivores, and what this means is that they'll eat essentially anything that they can encounter. They'll eat small insects if they get the chance, they'll eat garbage, they'll eat plant material, they'll eat fruit, they'll eat anything that they can get that's edible.
But what makes it really stand out from the grazing crowd are these. Forceps-like pincers called cerci that can inflict nasty wounds.
Those pinchers are really used in defense. So if they're threatened, they rear their tail up and the cerci up. It looks like a scorpion's tail.
The pincers have even earned the earwig a fearsome reputation among humans.
Part of the reason why everyone knows earwigs is because of the myth that earwigs with these nasty cerci must be dangerous, and that in fact they go into human ears and try to bore into a human brain. You gotta be kidding. There's no way that an earwig would want to go into a small space in a warm human ear.
But to other bugs, those pincers are formidable weapons. That's not all. Up front, the earwig comes with well-developed mandibles that can do serious damage.
Even though the earwig's mandibles are relatively small, they're still able to effectively crunch through another insect's exoskeleton.
Nearby is another rainforest feeder. Less mythical, but equally bizarre. The bee-killer assassin bug. Looks like a beetle crossed with a bird.
This is one of the biggest species of assassin bugs, and it's a mean-looking beast. This vulture-like head, big beady eyes, and this weapon sticking right out the middle of them.
The assassin bug's killing fields are rainforest flowers. To dispatch its prey, the assassin has a fearsome weapon. A long, needle-sharp rostrum that sucks up the liquefied flesh of its victim. The assassin bug completely and fatally lives up to its name.
Once they've spotted a prey, the assassin bugs will often just freeze into position, and then the prey just becomes oblivious to their presence, and they'll creep very, very slowly up to it. And then when they strike, it's like a statue coming to life.
That rostrum doesn't just stab. Like a hypodermic syringe, it delivers paralyzing saliva that disables its victim's muscles and nerves. The rostrum now becomes a straw as the assassin bug sits back and slurps up a cockroach milkshake in its floral cafe. But will the killing fields be quite so cozy when a seriously armed earwig comes by? Next, a stabbing assassin stalks its prey. In the floral reaches of the rainforest, where lives can be short and bizarre creatures ply their deadly trade, the fully armed earwig has ventured into assassin bug territory. Wary of that dangerous tail, the assassin bug chooses its attack position carefully. The earwig is preoccupied,
Its best chance is to notice the assassin bug and move on as fast as it can. However, it looks like the earwig isn't paying attention.
The assassin bug attacks, but misses. In the confusion, the earwig gets away. This time, the assassin bug makes no mistake. With one quick stab, the assassin bug's rostrum pierces the earwig's back. Venom floods in. The earwig's deadly pincers are useless.
Assassin bugs have a nasty venom that has essentially paralyzed the earwig.
The earwig can't do anything with its pincers right now. It is completely incapable of fighting back. It might as well be inside of a straitjacket.
The assassin bug has its piercing mouth parts in the earwig and is sucking up the innards of the earwig. It's done.
The earwig's insides are dissolved and drained. The garbage man becomes garbage on the forest floor for others to finish off. One more creature that never makes it to a ripe old age. When a baby black-tailed scorpion takes on a pirate spider, it's youth versus experience. In the misty rainforests of Central America, it's not all violence and bloodshed. The most vicious murderer can be a mother, too.
Female scorpions give birth to live young, anywhere from a dozen to 24 youngsters at a time. They clamber onto her back, where they ride on her back for anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks.
Her body is a writhing mass. The babies jostle for position. And as any parent knows, it can be tough always having the kids on your back.
Home life isn't always easy for young scorpions, because if the mother is starving, she may simply turn around and eat her youngsters.
They're less than an inch long, but already the babies have molted, shedding their exoskeletons and emerging as carbon copy killers. Each one possesses tough body armor, strong, slender pincers lined with sensory hairs, and at the rear end, a vicious sting, laced with venom, fast-acting enough to stun almost any bug world opponent. Right now, though, the big bad bug world has come to them. A black jungle stalker is prowling for a kill.
This could be a complete disaster for the mother and her offspring. With the youngsters all over the female's back, she isn't as mobile, her sensing capabilities aren't as good, and so she's kind of compromised. And having these big wandering spiders near her, this is scary stuff.
The black jungle stalker doesn't scare easily. The scorpion shows the young whippersnappers how it's done. But in the skirmish, some of her babies are thrown clear. One of the young males is now on his own in a world bustling with strange creatures.
Look at this little guy. This is totally cute. His palps are covered with sensory hairs, and this is just providing blasts of new sensory information for him as he wanders in the new world.
There is no going back. If he meets his mother again, she will kill him.
One of the issues for baby scorpions is that adult scorpions love to eat baby scorpions. So these guys are at real risk, not only from other predatory insects, but from scorpions themselves.
Fortunately, baby scorpions are genetically programmed to fend for themselves. The killing instinct is hardwired into their DNA. But if this tiny male chooses the wrong target, his first battle could also be his last. Not far away, an experienced hunter waits. Sleek, stealthy, the pirate spider is an ambush predator par excellence.
This is only a small spider, about 1/5 of an inch long, but as the name indicates, it's a predator, and it's not in the habit of taking prisoners either.
This pirate doesn't fly the skull and crossbones. Instead, 2 large spots on her abdomen, like oversized eyes, warn of danger.
When another animal is facing the pirate spider head-on, those 2 false eyes seem to be staring right back at them. Now, we know that they're not real eyes, but to another animal, the pirate spider now appears much larger and threatening.
But there's more to this predator than bluff. Extra long front legs, curved like a pirate's cutlass, are lined with enormous tooth-like spines. They're both sensors and savage weapons.
The spines on the legs are very tough sensory hairs called setae, and they serve 2 purposes. One is to help detect prey, and the other is to help capture it.
It's not just predators who must be wary. Potential mates also put their lives on the line. When this male pirate spider requests permission to climb aboard, he winds up walking the plank.
Clearly, he wasn't her type. Well, at least not for making baby pirate spiders.
Speaking of babies, the young black-tailed scorpion, still out exploring, blunders into pirate spider territory.
It's pretty clear this little scorpion hasn't put together spider and danger in the same concept. So this is going to be a test of how well it's got its instinctive fighting abilities down.
Next, a first-time fighter takes on a vicious veteran. Then, cutthroat chameleons on a killing spree. And later, Bug Bleen turns brutal. On a leafy jungle floor, a young black-tailed scorpion is a babe in the woods. Just 2 weeks old and hunting his first meal. But when he encounters a pirate spider, his first bug battle could be the death of him. The scorpion will use its strong pincers and deadly sting. The pirate spider has long spiked legs and fangs dispensing lethal venom. Will youth trump experience, Or will a young life be cut short? To Scorpion Jr., caution means nothing. He moves in.
The boldness of the naive. That kind of attitude is either going to serve him very well in life, or it's going to end his life very quickly.
The pirate spider is taken aback. She retreats. But the rookie is fearless. The pirate spider gives him a lesson in bug world manners.
This encounter is obviously new territory for the scorpion, so he doesn't know what he's supposed to fear. So how is the pirate spider going to scare him off? It's not going to be easy.
She threatens with her spiked legs. The baby fighter doesn't recognize the danger he's in.
This is really a perilous situation for this young scorpion. One missed shot, and it could be all over.
But the youngster hurls the spider off, making her angry. She waits for the scorpion's vulnerable legs to come within striking range.
The pirate spider will often inflict the first bite onto one of the prey's legs and pin it to the ground while waiting for the venom to take effect.
She is back and deadly serious. Prickly limbs are poised to snap shut. But scorpion killing instincts kick in. The stinger delivers its first lethal injection. Venom floods the spider's nervous system. The pirate is scuttled by beginner's luck. The baby scorpion's claw-like mouthparts tear off chunks of flesh, which are liquefied like baby food and sucked down.
Wow, he is just a little toughy. Instinct has trumped experience in this case, and I think he has a long life ahead of him.
His mother would be proud. The baby has mastered the art of killing. Now all he needs to learn is to clean up after himself. In the bug world, it's always high noon. The good, the bad, and the ugly ride roughshod over their victims. When a red-thighed wandering spider and a black-tailed scorpion shoot it out, one of them is bound for Boot Hill. With tough body armor and a lethal back end, the black-tailed scorpion is a force to be reckoned with.
The blacktail is a pretty large scorpion. It can grow to almost 5 inches in length. It can prey on a large variety of insects and other arthropods, even other scorpions.
2 sharp claws near its mouth pull prey apart and fork it in. Despite poor eyesight, the blacktail is an excellent hunter, using sensory organs called pectines to home in on its next kill.
These are movable comb-like appendages lined with rows of tiny pegs that are very sensitive to chemical and mechanical stimuli. They're totally unique to scorpions, and they sweep them across whatever surface they're walking on to navigate, find a mate, and of course, locate and track prey.
When it locates its target, the scorpion is deadly accurate.
The telson, or stinger, is like an armor-piercing bullet, and the gun that delivers it is the scorpion's tail. When it gets in a clean, swift shot, it drives it straight into the prey's body, delivering the payload, which is venom, and the result is dinner.
Meanwhile, another mean hombre steps out for its evening hunt. The red-thighed wandering spider is a rainforest drifter, a dangerous loner who hunts under the cover of darkness.
These are one of the few spiders that instead of backing off when it's nervous about you approaching, tends to come forward. These are scary spiders.
The vivid red on its legs is like war paint, a warning to predators to back off. When it attacks, it's super swift, amazingly agile.
At the tips of their feet, they have thousands of small hairs, and the hair tufts act almost like suction cups, which means that they can walk upside down without a whole lot of problems.
The wandering spider has excellent eyesight. It's also a tactile hunter. Fine sensory hairs detect the faintest vibrations from its soon-to-be victims.
These hairs are known as trichobothria, very sensitive to airborne vibration.
This large Katydid is an accomplished killer, but when it puts the wrong foot forward, it doesn't even have time to draw. Huge fangs inject a potent neurotoxin that shuts down the Katydid's internal organs. The red thigh ropes its prey with a silk lariat.
They will move around this Katydid, trailing a line of silk. And what this line of silk does is it's a simple form of prey wrapping. It's helping tie the Katydid onto the tree or onto the vegetation, so it's much less likely to fall off.
Hog-tied, the Katydid is devoured. Meanwhile, the black-tailed scorpion is on the prowl. In the inevitable shootout, which one will be left standing?
The scorpion has just one advantage here, and that's weapons on both ends of the body. But I reckon this is too close to call.
Next, carnage at close quarters. And later, a flying machine versus a flame-bellied fighter. It's high moon in the jungle. Two gunslingers are out on the prowl. And on this branch of Main Street, there's only room for one. The red-thighed wandering spider attacks with massive fangs and killer venom. The black-tailed scorpion strikes with its lethal stinger and vicious pincers. Who will land the lethal blow? The red thigh makes the first move. It approaches cautiously, low, outstretched, poised to strike. The blacktail doesn't flinch. It'll be the quick or the dead. The spider only escapes by sacrificing its own leg.
The spider has a predetermined juncture where it can lose a leg, and it's got sphincters that close it off so the spider doesn't bleed to death.
The red thigh licks its wounds. The scorpion now has a taste for red meat.
The wandering spider's leg is a nice appetizer, but the blacktail knows there's a lot more flesh where that came from. He's going to keep hunting it until he gets the full banquet.
The black-tailed scorpion makes its next move.
Grab the prey with a pincher, hold it out at a distance so it can't strike back, and then deliver the venom at a point-blank range. That's a textbook hit. As the venom flows through the spider's body, it shuts down system after system. In fact, it's so fast, it produces an almost instantaneous meltdown.
Another outlaw bites the dust. The scorpion feeds at its leisure. Its two claw-like mouthparts tear off pieces of spider flesh. They're pulled into a pre-oral cavity to be liquefied. It might take hours, but the scorpion will dispose of its victim, skin and all.
Bug wars rarely end in a dignified way. But by the time the blacktail is done mashing up the spider, not even its mother will think it has a pretty face.
In the bug world, beauty and horror will always be partners. When a bronzed huntsman faces off against a slender-necked mantis, one of them will be down for the count. The slender-necked mantis has all the moves and the killer instinct of a cage fighter.
This animal wouldn't be out of place in a round of ultimate fighting. It can pull combination moves that wouldn't be legal anywhere outside the bug world.
In the blink of an eye, long raptorial arms, lined with needle-like knuckle dusters, land killer punches.
The muscles that control the mantis's raptorial strike are very strong and incredibly fast. In fact, they can do 2 strikes in the time it would take a housefly just to prepare its wings for takeoff.
This slender weight is built like a natural-born fighter. Its elongated neck allows the head to rotate 180 degrees. Its huge compound eyes are constantly peeled for prey.
It all comes down to movement for them. This is what attracts them, and they can see movement from a long way off.
Waiting for prey, the slender neck stays out of trouble by shadowboxing, shuffling, ducking, and weaving.
Mantis also employ 2 weird behavioral forms of camouflage. The first is to sway back and forth like a leaf in the wind, but the second is to disguise its footsteps with jerky, irregular motions while sneaking up on a prey item.
Its ultra-trim physique belies an insatiable appetite. Put simply, This mantis is an eating machine.
Don't mistake skinny for puny. This mantis can take on hard-hitting opponents and win, and it has a huge appetite. How it maintains that trim little figure, it's beyond me.
An approaching cockroach doesn't see the sucker punch coming.
Her capacity to hang on would put any rock climber to shame. She's gripping that leaf with just 8 tiny little claws, yet even when the cockroach struggles, she has no problems maintaining her foothold.
With its victim under control, the mantis really puts the hurt on.
Once the mantis has grabbed its prey, it typically pins the most troublesome parts inside of its raptorial arms, while it then goes in with the mandibles to try to do as much damage as possible. Typically, it'll go straight for the head, and once that's gone, kind of removes the will to fight back.
Then something extraordinary happens. With its head in the mantis's mouth, the cockroach gives birth to a squirming swarm of instant orphans. As one life ebbs away, 20 more crawl into the world.
Well, if you've ever bought into the notion that everything natural is warm and fuzzy, this should put an end to it. In the wild, survival is a struggle from day one.
That struggle is about to get nasty. The bronzed Huntsman spider is another hard-hitting hunter, always looking for a fight.
Huntsmen are ambush predators. They basically are willing to hunt on the ground or in the trees and wait until prey passes by. And then they lunge at it fast, scoop it up in their arms, and then tear it apart with their strong fangs.
Like all huntsman spiders, this prize fighter hugs the surface. Its legs hinge not vertically, but laterally.
Most spiders stand upright, but what the huntsmen have done is what would be dorsal has rotated so the legs are laterally oriented. And this lateral orientation means that they're able to scuttle sideways very rapidly.
The bronzed huntsman has 8 eyes, arranged in 2 rows of 4. But this street fighter hunts less by eyesight and more from the faintest telltale movements of air.
Huntsman legs are covered with sensors that are very, very attuned to vibrations.
A moth's slightest movement is like a bell ringing for round 1. Unfortunately for the moth, the bronzed huntsman also has a prize fighter's chin.
Huntsmen have big, strong chelicera, and they're really able to grab prey, pierce strong exoskeletons, and then tear it to pieces.
At the same time, digestive juices, like acid, liquefy the moth's insides. When she's through, all that's left is some fuzz around the fangs. It will pay to keep her weapons well-oiled. This champion has a challenger. When the slender-necked mantis and the bronzed huntsman enter the ring, the loser faces sudden death. Next, the Rainforest Fight of the Night. In the bug world, every night is fight night. Each bout carries the ultimate prize purse, survival. The bronzed huntsman and the slender-necked mantis are both unbeaten champions. The huntsman has huge fangs and potent venom. The mantis bristles with deadly spikes and rips opponents to pieces with razor-sharp mandibles. Who will survive this fight? Both bugs are locked eye to eye, and a monster stare down. The mantis makes the first move, advancing boldly up the leaf.
That is real commitment. But whether it's brave or foolish,
With its guard up, the mantis is rocked by a lightning 1-2 combination. The bronzed huntsman looks to up the ante. The mantis neatly sidesteps. The sparring continues. Then the mantis gambles on a full frontal assault. As tactics go, it's not what you'd call inspired. The mantis finds its slender body bent over backwards, gripped in a killer clinch. With no referee to call break, the huntsman's fangs plunge like daggers into the mantid's thorax.
Often, spiders will directly try to orient toward the head of its potential prey because this takes it out lots faster than if it nips the back end or nips a leg.
The mantis refuses to throw in the towel, biting and grabbing its opponent's pedipalp with a sharp-toothed arm.
That has gotta hurt. These pedipalps are really sensitive, and the spider is gonna be in real trouble if it manages to rip these pedipalps off. So it's injecting venom as fast as it possibly can.
this final struggle might be a great display of courage in the face of certain death, but I'm afraid it's too little, too late.
This former champion won't be getting off the canvas.
No doubt, the bronze huntsman deserved a gold medal, or in this case, green.
The huntsman settles down to enjoy her trophy. But this isn't over. An ant swarm wants its share. There's no stopping them. The champion abandons her victory feast. After all, there are plenty more meals on her fight card tonight. What happens when a brown house spider and a redback spider live too close for comfort? The neighborhood will never be the same. This log has become a sort of bug housing estate. Residents come and go. Visitors drop by, get eaten. Suburban life goes on.
Sometimes you'll have several animals sitting in very close proximity to each other, where it's a bit of a standoff. I can kill you, you can kill me, who's gonna make the first move?
This redback is tolerating a neighboring brown house spider. They're actually biological cousins, but keep to themselves, even though it's hard to tell whose web is whose. The redback has snared a beetle, 10 times her own weight. Her web is one of the stickiest and strongest in the spider business. If it was scaled up to the thickness of climbing rope, it could snare a jumbo jet in flight. Next door, a brown house spider has her hands full. She's landed a supersized meal with a dangerous kick. Like the redback, she combines a sticky web with fast wrapping.
It sets up trap lines in its lair. Once detected, it'll drop down and attack with a barrage of silk.
Her fangs are small and deliver powerful venom. But this time, she may have bitten off more than she can chew. Another neighbor, a fellow brown house, thinks the grasshopper is in her web. It's a neighborhood dispute that's about to turn ugly.
You've got spiders that are eating the same prey and are competing for food in a relatively small space. And at some point, these animals are going to come in conflict.
Neither brown house has any intention of backing down. The neighbor moves first and starts a wrapping frenzy. Not only has she lost her meal, the original brown house is now losing her life as she's bound and gagged at her own dinner party. A deadly bite seals the deal.
One brown house spider has just killed another one, even though they're the same animal. But this is not unusual in nature. Fratricide or cannibalism is quite common. Just because you're related doesn't mean you're not dinner.
But the neighborhood dispute is about to escalate as the redback from next door joins the fray.
Given that they're close to one another, this face-off is going to end in the death of one of these spiders. But which one? That's up to chance.
Next, warring neighbors face off. Then, a serial killer dives into a deadly trap. Inside a crowded log, two brown house spiders went to war over dinner. Now, one's a meal herself. But hostilities aren't over yet. A neighbor from across the street, a redback, has decided to join in. The neighborhood fight is about to get even nastier. On the world's stickiest tightrope. Each spider tries to stay clear of the other's spinning legs. The first to start their rap of death wins. They're so evenly matched, the tiniest false move will spell disaster. The redback puts one foot wrong. She's stuck. Seizing her chance, the brown house spins furiously, wrapping her opponent's legs.
The brown house spider's most deadly weapon is its silk. It has these long, combed legs that it can use to throw it forward like a deadly crochet.
With all her strength, the redback can't break free. She's cocooned alive.
The brown house spider's fangs are very small, so it'll only bite once the prey is firmly secured with the silk.
The brown house has already had her appetizer. The redback makes a tasty entree. Now, the neighborhood bruiser sits back and waits for dessert to come by. What happens when a powerful bull ant comes face to face with a redback spider? Only one will live another day. In the ant world, life is all about the colony. Ants work as a team, all for one and one for all. But for this species, going solo is allowed. It's even encouraged. This is the bull ant. Growing up to 1 inch long, it's one of the world's largest. Big enough to fend for itself. Its huge jaws are fearsome enough. They lock like a vice, inescapable. But it's the other end you really need to worry about. This lethal stinger delivers venom in multiple doses.
The bull ant sting is one of the most painful things in the world. And unlike a bee, they can sting over and over and over again.
To the bull ant, the world is a chaotic landscape of sights and smells. So it needs hyperactive antennae and bulging eyes. But the bull ant has something else. Twin claws on every foot give it the powers of an action hero with attitude.
The bull ant is the pit bull of the insect world. He's aggressive, fearless, and will take on any opponent, even those much larger than himself.
To the uninitiated, the bull ant can be mistaken as vain. It looks like it's constantly grooming, but it's actually cleaning its sensors for battle. It has to be on guard every moment it's away from the colony. There's no backup if it runs into trouble. And this is trouble. The deadly Redback Spider. From the Black Widow family, she's renowned for her super toxic venom and lightning speed. But the redback has something else for the unwary. A super-engineered web.
It has a number of lines going down that are just covered with globs of glue, so that if something walks into these lines, they tend to break the lines, and at that point, the spider comes down and nabs the prey.
She specializes in tailor-made straitjackets. With lightning speed, she spins a suffocating silk suit that's only worn once.
The way the redback gets the silk out of the spinnerets is on the fourth leg, it has a comb, and it combs the silk out of its spinnerets. Spider silk is considered to be stronger than steel. It's considered to be the strongest biopolymer known.
Few creatures leave a redback's web, and the bigger they are, the harder they fall. But can a smaller foe get the upper hand? This contest pits two agile killers head-to-head. Jaws and Venom versus Death Trap. This bull ant still hasn't found dinner for its colony. It forages deeper into a log, unaware of the deadly trap ahead.
Although the redback is venomous, actually her most important weapon is her web, and her web is like Kevlar dripping with super glue.
One false step is enough. The redback races to weave a deadly suit. But she has to be quick. If those jaws get her, or that stinger, the tables will turn.
All the bull ant needs is one single sting, and the redback spider is dead.
The bull ant's jaws are trapped. A sting shot is its only hope. But its captor is weaving at lightning speed. Every second makes it harder and harder to move. But as it's hoisted up, the ant breaks free and tries to bite.
The bull ant has these incredible, powerful mandibles that can give a really nasty bite. It's like you have a vise that's combined with a saw.
The spider needs a better suit. Fast. Again, her wraps subdue the ant. Only now can the redback get close enough to inject its venom. The deadly brew flows through two tiny fangs.
The venom is going to attack the nerves of the bull ant, killing it almost immediately.
All the spider needs to do is wait as her victim dies in a silk shroud. Far from the safety of its colony, a bull ant pays the price for going solo. No one heard it scream.
I don't think a redback that had fallen out of her web or was out of her web wandering on the ground had any chance against a bull ant. But a redback that's in her web, she has total control of the situation.
In nature's tiny world, an ant's life means something. For this skillful redback, it's a fresh meal before she's ready to kill again. What happens when a bulldog Raspy cricket and a whistling tarantula come to blows? There are no holds barred. If you're an insect, you enter the grassy bushland of the bulldog Raspy cricket at your peril. It's the stormtrooper of the bug world. Compared to the Raspy cricket, other crickets are pushovers. These guys are just nasty.
Bulldog Raspy crickets are very fierce fighters. They launch themselves at the prey with the aim of just cutting it to pieces.
The Raspy cricket is built to kill. Two massive compound eyes, heavily armored thorax, front legs bristling with deadly spines, and mandibles that cut through prey like a chainsaw.
The Raspy cricket's mandibles are just plain deadly. It can tear apart pretty much anything. Snip, off comes a leg. Snip, off comes the head.
The bulldog Raspy cricket is the consummate killer. But it doesn't have the killing fields to itself. Nearby, there's a menacing murderess. A tarantula. Not someone you choose for your babysitter.
Known as whistling tarantulas. This is caused when they rub their mouth parts, causing kind of a rattly, hissy sound, which makes them seem more frightening.
The terrifying death rattle is backed up by two monstrous fangs.
Tarantulas have fangs that strike downward. These fangs are really quite large, as much as 1/3 of an inch long, which is on the order of a number of different snakes. And so this is enough to do real damage.
She's highly attuned to passing prey. She doesn't hear them coming. She doesn't have ears. What she does have is hundreds of sensory hairs that pick up vibrations in the air. And the whistling tarantula has another early warning system. She lays a thick bandage-like alarm bell with two huge spinnerets that act like web-weaving fingers, creating an elaborate first line of defense.
She waits at the entrance of the burrow. And one of the advantages of silk coming out from the burrow is that it helps provide sensory information or vibratory information as prey walks by and touches the silk.
This regular cricket was easy meat. But what happens when the whistling tarantula faces a much nastier bulldog Raspy cricket?
A fight between these two could go either way. I think the Raspy cricket will try to use brute force to overpower the tarantula and get in a damaging bite before the tarantula can sink its fangs in and deliver the venom.
It often holds true in the bug world that attack is the best form of defense. So while the Raspy cricket chows down on its latest kill, the murderess launches a surprise attack. The cricket lashes out with its spiked legs. The tarantula retreats, with good reason. She's missing a leg. She heads for home to lick her wounds and mend her web.
She'll go into the burrow and then cover up the entrance of the burrow and seal it up. So essentially predators aren't able to get in while she's in the burrow and while she's relatively incapacitated.
But the bulldog Raspy cricket has developed a taste for spider drumsticks. It's stalked its injured victim to her home. But she's down, not out. A massive body kick sends the killer cricket reeling. But the cricket is nobody's football. Each combatant has scored a blow, Now it's really on. One of them is going to die.
If that Raspy cricket gets its strong jaws onto the soft-bodied tarantula, the tarantula is absolutely done for. So it's really a battle of timing and speed here.
The stormtrooper is back, madder than ever. It flushes the tarantula from her burrow. She makes a break for it. But the Raspy cricket's mandibles shear through the tarantula like colossal bolt cutters.
Once they start biting the prey, they sit cross-legged with their arms locked together, forming a spiked cage that the prey has little chance of escaping from.
The murderess has met her match. She's not just eaten. She's torn apart. Few creatures leave such a bloody battleground. In a bug war, some battles are like cage fights. It's muscle on muscle, no holds barred, and no referee to stop the fight. The desert scorpion and the desert centipede are a menace to many creatures, especially each other. If you want to survive in a hostile habitat, you'd better be made of tough stuff. And they don't come tougher than the desert scorpion and its superb fighting weaponry.
Two main things that scorpions have that are unique to scorpions. First, they have a stinger at the base of their tail that has quite a potent venom. In addition, their palps have been modified into pinchers.
Those huge extended pincers grab their prey in a vice-like grip. But they're not the only claws. Modified mouthparts mash up the fresh meat and shovel it in. Not all opponents are quite so obliging. Tonight, the desert scorpion encounters an equally brutal fighter. The desert centipede.
If you're a bug, there's a few creatures you do not want to mess with. This is one of the most effective killers of the entire arthropod world.
One of the speediest on the bug world fight card. The desert centipede's 42 feet are fast and deadly.
Every one of the centipede's feet is tipped with a very sharp spike, and this allows them to traverse any kind of terrain: soil, rocks, tree trunks, or even grass. At top flight, only 3 or 4 legs are supporting the entire body, so they're like a venomous hovercraft.
At the front end are 2 vicious venom claws that inject toxins that ravage its victim's major organs. So like its scorpion opponent, the centipede too can finish off a fight with a lethal injection weapon.
But they can also use it to rip the prey apart, so they're sort of a biological Swiss Army knife.
Tonight, the desert scorpion faces a nightmare opponent.
Scorpions are really good predators, but they're not that mobile in the vast scheme of things. Compare this to the freight train of a centipede. These guys are really zippy, they're strong, and unless they're a whole lot smaller than that scorpion, I think the centipede has to win.
Next, a stinging, clawing fight to the finish. And later, a bloodfest in the rainforest blossoms. On the rocky desert floor, two menacing night fighters are about to go head-to-head. Size, speed, and tactics will matter. And both have the fight skills to finish each other off. The Desert Centipede sizes up the scorpion with its antennae. The Desert Centipede tries a direct hit. But there's no avoiding those pincers. The centipede attacks again. The scorpion tries to run, but the centipede has it by the tail.
There aren't too many creatures that would be game to grab a scorpion by the tail, but the centipede is strong enough to pull this off.
The centipede bites the scorpion's tail.
What the centipede has done here is shut down the scorpion's main weapon. Now that the tail is completely immobilized, the stinger is useless.
With the stinger out of action, all the scorpion has are its claws. It snaps at the centipede.
Desert centipedes are pretty handy in wrapping up their prey. They'll use their entire body and all their legs to hold the prey perfectly in place while it delivers its venom.
The centipede climbs over its victim's back and sinks in its venom claws. It's a knockout and submission hold all in one. But in this cage fight, there's no tapping out.
The scorpion is never going to win this fight by trying to out-wrestle a 42-leg brute. Now that the centipede has its venom in, it's all over.
When these two night fighters step into the cage, there's no prize money. But you do get to eat your opponent. Beneath the scorching desert sun, few creatures brave the outdoors. Until the rain comes. Then the desert comes alive with creepy crawlies. What happens when a desert centipede emerges to find a desert trapdoor spider? There will be bloodshed. Most of the time, this trapdoor spider remains in the underworld. But some rain brings it into the open for a long-awaited drink.
It's actually an amazing thing to see because so many animals have been waiting for the rain that you can literally watch animals come running out. And the trapdoor does the same thing.
It's a rare outing and something she's not too comfortable with. Without the advantage of her deep burrow, she's vulnerable to predators.
Even though the trapdoor spider is a relatively large spider and a terrifically efficient predator, they're not all that aggressive spiders. Many of the trapdoors stay underground. They're not partying spiders that get out and wander around a whole lot, but basically they're living fairly reclusive lives.
It's reclusive because the desert trapdoor is an ambush specialist with 2 giant fangs that can pierce the toughest exoskeleton.
Trapdoor spiders have quite large parallel fangs that strike down. It rears the front end of its body up and then strikes.
The trapdoor invests a lot of effort in building its home, so it's going to stay there for most of its life.
Desert trapdoor spiders are good hunters. The spider is sitting with its legs touching the different lines coming in and is essentially monitoring the situation around its burrow.
Any passing insect is fair game. Gripped in an 8-legged vice, this cockroach stands no chance. Its body is ripped open, and the bug is turned into lunch. The trapdoor is a formidable killer. But tonight, the rains bring out another. An entire street gang rolled into one. The Desert Centipede.
Desert Centipede is the baddest of the bad. He's aggressive, fast, big, mean. He wanders the desert like a serial killer, looking for more victims to add to his list.
With 42 legs and a body some 5 inches long, this Desert Centipede is the type other bugs cross the street for. If there were maximum security prisons for bad bugs, this guy would be locked up for life. He's just a natural-born killer. Next, a hidden killer goes head-to-head with a hitman. Rain has brought life back to this small patch of desert. It also brings death. As creatures emerge from their burrows to drink and hunt. After the rain is rush hour in Bug World. Everyone's out and about. And the most fearsome hunter of all is this Desert Centipede. With the power of a steam train and the bloodlust of a serial killer, they don't come more dangerous. Each foot is capped with a sharp spike that pins enemies in a death grip. Up front, 2 huge claws rip flesh and inject venom simultaneously.
This guy's big weapon is his extremely potent venom, which he delivers with these unique modified legs that are claws dedicated to delivering venom.
And there's rarely time to escape.
Desert centipedes are pretty handy at pinning down their prey. They're like an entire team of wrestlers in one animal. They wrap around, hold it immobile, and then deliver their venom with a single bite.
This desert thug also has incredible senses. Two huge antennae pick up chemical scent trails.
They have this extraordinary ability to follow a chemical trail ruthlessly, persistently. Once they find it, then they attack.
Brute strength Vice grip, smashing claws, deadly venom. It's unstoppable. Or is it? Will the Desert Trapdoor spider withstand an all-out assault? It's showdown time. For this Desert Trapdoor spider, a brief outing to find water lights a chemical fuse, burning all the way to a big bang. Like a heat-seeking missile, the centipede locks on. The trapdoor remains in its preferred ambush position.
If the centipede needs to dig a prey out, it'll use its venom claws as pickaxe to hoe in on its prey.
The centipede dives headfirst into the burrow. Venom claws smash into the spider's body. The centipede pulls its victim out of the burrow so it can't escape. The potent venom has taken its toll. Using his claws like steak knives, the desert centipede never eats slowly.
The centipede leaves behind this mashed pulp. Very characteristic. A forensic team came by and looked at this crime scene. By this form of evidence, they would know, without a doubt, a centipede killed here.
Soon, the sun will be out again, and a serial killer returns to the underworld. What happens when a destructive Katydid clashes with a tent spider? The home ground advantage may not be enough. From a distance, it looks like a misty cloud in a rainforest canopy. Don't be deceived. Enter this gossamer nightmare, and you're on a guaranteed journey through hell. It's the hunting ground of the tent spider. And worse still, where there's one tent spider, there are hundreds.
Tent spiders live in groups. Each spider has its own web, but it's connected by frame lines. And the big advantage of this is that they're able to feel vibrations throughout the colony. This is particularly helpful if a potential predator comes through.
This fly has made a fatal error. The tent spider senses vibrations. It drops onto its prey in a split second.
They grab it in their third legs, and then they wrap it up, using their fourth legs to pull swaths of silk. They wrap up their prey very, very effectively.
Once the victim is wrapped, it's bite time. Behind feelers called pedipalps are menacing fangs that curve inwards to pierce and rip their prey. Within moments, the tent spider is back at the top of her silken dome, devouring her tightly wrapped snack. Just yards away, also prowling for a snack, another equally terrifying rainforest fighter. The destructive Katydid. Its super long antennae detect far-off prey.
The antennae are at least as long as the body, so this allows the Katydid to sense prey approaching from quite some distance away. They're incredibly active and mobile, just cruising all the time, checking out, getting the cues, trying to get that little elusive chemical trail to tell it what's approaching or what's recently been around.
Its lime green body is near perfect camouflage. When it's time to eat, this bug is all business. Whether it's gorging on a giant cicada or disemboweling a live caterpillar. The destructive Katydid and the tent spider are both sit-and-wait hunters, but they still take the occasional midnight stroll. Tonight, one of them will regret not staying home. Next, a lethal encounter in a cloud of death. Then, turf warfare in meat ant territory. And later, two killer huntsmen go head-to-head. Strung across the rainforest canopy is a silken cloud of death. For anything that enters, there's no guaranteed escape.
The spiders will attack any prey that's small enough for it to handle.
This destructive Katydid has few rivals on terra firma. But when she takes to the air in these parts, she's vulnerable.
The tent spiders have lousy vision, but they are incredibly sensitive to vibrations. And so they're very, very responsive to airborne vibrations and vibrations in their silk.
The Katydid's unplanned landing is met by a barrage of legs and spider silk. They wrestle frantically.
As long as the Katydid is stuck in the web, it is at great risk of becoming prey to the tent spider. It needs to cut its way out, and fast.
If those jaws do break free, the fight could turn in an instant.
This Katydid has really big, nasty jaws that could totally do in this spider. It's important to the spider to keep that Katydid as far away as it possibly can from its body while still entangling it further or wrapping it up further in silk.
The Katydid tries to kick through the silk with its sturdy hind legs. It snips at the web. The spider must move fast.
What it needs to do is it needs to get in there, bite the Katydid, and pump as much venom as it can in there, but still make sure that that Katydid can't bite it.
The tent spider makes its move. Now it's up to the venom to do its deadly work. Even as it begins shutting him down, the Katydid continues to fight. But it's too late. Today, venom wins. And the silken cloud of death claims another victim. When dinosaur ants take on a trapjaw ant colony, heads will roll. A rainforest log has become a new home to a small colony of dinosaur ants. What they lack in numbers, they make up in attitude and stature.
Dinosaur ants are really huge ants. They're some of the biggest ants in the world. They're somewhere between 1 inch to 1.5 inches in size.
Those dinosaur-sized mandibles are just as adept at fetching and carrying nectar droplets as they are at gripping, stripping, and shredding their prey. If those mandibles weren't fearsome enough, under the abdomen, a deadly stinger packs a fatal punch. A Katydid unwisely ventures into the neighborhood. In dinosaur territory, trespassers aren't prosecuted. They're dismembered.
When they capture small prey, they may just grab it with the mandibles, cut it in two, and carry it back to the colony.
These ruthless raiders will protect their colony against all comers. They may need to. A few feet below, a colony of trapjaw ants moves in. Construction of a new nest is underway. Prolific workers, strong in numbers, trapjaw ants run a ruthlessly efficient killing machine. A passing spider is carved up and carted off to feed the colony's hungry larvae. These trapjaws are proficient builders 1 minute, brutal butchers the next. Lightning-quick jaws on a hair trigger spring shut with an acceleration 100,000 times the force of gravity.
We're talking fully open to fully closed in 0.13 of a millisecond, which means they're traveling at about 145 miles an hour.
They're not the only weapon. Needle-sharp stingers loaded with toxic venom bring down most competitors.
The sting is also very deadly, and they can use it over and over again. So they can sting, back off, and keep doing this over and over until the prey or the enemy just kills over dead.
The trapjaws are the neighbors from hell, and the dinosaur ants want them gone. Before the day's end, there will be war. Next, a vicious encounter on the rainforest floor. On a Costa Rican jungle floor, enterprising trapjaw ants are intent on building a new home. Up above, resident dinosaur ants resent the intruders. They're about to declare war. With their dominant size and vicious bite, Dinosaur ants break competitors with ease, but the team spirit and cutthroat tactics of the Trapjaws could overcome their enemy.
Both of the ant species are very capable fighters, and they're both armed to the hilt. No matter what happens, there's going to be mass casualties, and it's anyone's guess who will back down first.
A dinosaur ant scout scopes out the enemy. It's intercepted by a forward party of biting trapjaw ants. But the dinosaur's sheer size and huge mandibles win this skirmish. Dinosaur ant reinforcements arrive.
It's clear that they've decided that offense is the best strategy in this situation. They might end up regretting it, but the battle is on.
Angry trapjaws swarm the newcomers, hacking and spearing. As the meltdown continues, each side attempts to gain the upper hand. But it soon becomes clear the Trapjaws have far superior strategies.
Every time an ant is killed or injured, a distinct chemical signal goes off. And it seems that the Trapjaw ants are better at responding in mass, so that might just tilt the battle in their favor.
The conflict escalates. And the corpses pile up in both camps. But the Trapjaws have the numbers.
These battles between neighboring colonies can go on for well over half an hour, and usually one group is able to establish dominance over the other, and the losers back off and move away.
The dinosaur ants have suffered too many casualties. They're a small colony. To fight on would be fruitless. The dinosaur ants retreat to their log to lick their wounds. And in the ceasefire, the Trapjaws turn their weapons of war back into tools of the trade and resume their building. The neighbors from hell are here to stay. When a flag-tailed assassin bug goes into battle against a golden carpenter ant, it's precision versus power. In the bug world, there is no shortage of bizarre-looking creatures. With its large body, tiny head, and elephant-like proboscis, the flag-tailed assassin bug takes the prize for goofy looks. Like red flags, colorful tails protrude from the assassin bug's rear end.
It could be to warn off a predator, attract a mate, we don't know. But what we do know is that the business side of things is on the other end.
That extraordinary proboscis is usually tucked up under the head. But ignore it at your peril. It's rapier sharp. This bug is a methodical murderer.
This is a very stealthy hunter. It stalks its prey very softly and smoothly, controlling every movement precisely.
Bulging compound eyes register the slightest movement. Thick pipe cleaner legs bristle with sensory hairs. Twin claws are like grappling hooks for climbing. Antennae aren't just sensors. They're part of the arsenal. She would do well to prime her weapons. Nearby, a sworn enemy is on the prowl, shining like a Christmas decoration. A female golden carpenter ant forages for food.
They're called carpenter ants because they dig burrows into decaying trees or soft trees, and they're basically just using their jaws to gnaw their way in.
Tough serrated mandibles are not just woodworking tools. They're vicious weapons, enough for even a solitary ant to take on much larger spiders and scorpions.
These guys can be really nasty. They go in, they bite another animal, and then they curl their abdomen around and spray formic acid into the wound. It's corrosive, it causes burns. Formic acid is something that everything wants to stay away from.
But what happens when the golden pit bull tries to take down the bizarre assassin? Next, vicious jaws versus a deadly spear. Then, lethal killers let loose. Among the rainforest blossoms, a flag-tailed assassin bug is on a stakeout. Close by, a golden carpenter ant is out on the prowl. The flag-tailed assassin bug will use its proboscis to inject toxic saliva and flesh-melting digestive juices. The golden carpenter ant will use its toughened mandibles and burning acid. Who will emerge with their honor and life intact? Unintimidated, the ant moves first. But the assassin is ready. This time, the ant uses its speed advantage. But it's not quick enough. The probing proboscis finds its mark.
The assassin bug's venom attacks both the nervous and the muscular system, paralyzing the prey in just 3 to 5 seconds after being injected.
The proboscis then switches from syringe to drinking straw. The victim's liquefied innards are sucked up by this all-in-one instrument of death. It's been a red-letter day for the flagtail. No mess, no fuss. Everything you'd expect from an experienced assassin. The animal world teems with monsters that crawl and fiends that fly. But some of the strangest and most savage beasts on the planet do their dirty work underwater. When a hard-shelled freshwater crab and a slimy tiger leech bump heads, there are no soft options. Both creatures live and feed in the same pond. The freshwater crab is a shameless scavenger, feeding on the recently dead, or anything too weak to fight.
They'll eat small fish, they'll eat small invertebrates, they'll eat other small crustaceans, they'll eat a little bit of plant material, they'll eat essentially anything that they can get.
Like a knight in shell-hard armor, the freshwater crab's body and legs are safe from all but the most extreme assault. Even her eyes retract on stalks, folding in like car side mirrors for safety. But the freshwater crab's major weapon is its claws.
And it's with these claws that they're able to do everything. They can grab prey or potential predators. They can tear things apart. They can move rocks around. They can dig burrows. They do courtship, waving their claws to the females. They can do whatever they want to do.
Sharing the freshwater pond is a devastating opponent. The tiger leech. It doesn't feed on the dead. It sucks life from the living.
The tiger leech is an aquatic vampire that actively seeks out its victims. But instead of using fangs, it has 3 jaws that it makes a Y-shaped incision and then sucks the life out of them.
Tiger leeches are relentless. The posterior sucker attaches to their victims with an almost unbreakable grip. Up at the head, the anterior sucker does the real damage. It's all mouth, with tiny razor-sharp jaws.
Once they bite a prey, they hold on with a combination of suction and mucus. They also inject an anti-clotting enzyme to keep the wound from closing up and slowing down their feeding.
That's bad news for the tiny freshwater crab. But it does have the weapons to fight back.
I think the leech is quite capable of bringing the crab down without getting cut to pieces by the claws.
When a flesh-sucking leech fights a sharp-clawed crab, one is destined for Davy Jones' locker. Next, an underwater war where winner takes all. Two pond dwellers are about to engage in a fight to the death. One is a flesh-sucking leech, and the other, a hard-shelled crab.
The crab shell is tough, but the leech's jaws and teeth can cut through it like a diamond-tipped saw.
That's if the crab doesn't cut the leech in two. It's feeding time in the pond, and any creature is fair game. The crab backs off. But the leech is back. It searches for the crab's Achilles heel. And finally finds access to the soft flesh. The jaws clearly visible. the leech starts to suck the crab dry from the inside.
This is bad news. The crab is able to defend itself really well in the front of its body, but behind, it can't get its pinchers. It can't get its legs behind it.
And if that's bad news, there's worse to come. Leeches have chemosensory organs, and they've detected a crab in trouble.
The scent of the crab's blood in the water is like a homing beacon for the pond's other leeches. They're gonna do everything they can to join the party, and the more that are on board, the less chance the crab has of fighting free.
Another tiger leech joins the feeding frenzy. It latches on. The crab grabs with its claws, but the leech is covered with slimy mucus and slips out of the crab's grasp. The claws have dispensed with one leech, but now they're gummed with slime. Undisturbed, the remaining leech sucks the life out of the crab.
When the tiger leech drilled through the crab's carapace, the crab began losing all its fluids.
Emptied of its body fluids, the crab draws its last breath and is consigned to a watery grave. When two master huntsmen go head-to-head, it's never a case of meet and greet. It's catch and kill. Like cage fighters, spiders may be known by their nicknames. This one goes by the initials GBH. The giant banded huntsman.
Huntsman spiders are the best spiders in the world. They're big, they're fast, they're powerful, they're great predators.
Those long legs give the huntsman a formidable reach advantage.
We're talking probably on the order of 6 inches across, and they can get larger than this. These are big, fast spiders.
This killer is a lowrider. Its specially designed legs let it hug the ground, so it keeps a low profile. Unlike other spiders whose leg joints hinge downward, the huntsman's legs hinge sideways. This means they can lie flat as a pancake. They can also move sideways, so she can jump in any direction.
They are largely sit-and-wait predators. When something comes by, they run out incredibly fast and grab it.
She smashes her prey with 2 monstrous fangs. The huntsman also has 8 eyes and giant limbs, bristling with sensory hairs to detect prey. She's a walking seismometer. But sometimes, she meets her match. Another huntsman. This is the jungle huntsman, a close relative and arch enemy. It has every weapon the GBH has, plus one bonus extra. More speed.
All Huntsman spiders are quick. They have the ability to run fast and react fast. But the jungle Huntsman, he's the gold medal sprinter of the lot.
Bizarrely, those fast-moving legs extend using hydraulics. Spider blood flows directly into each limb, inflating them into motion. When blood pressure drops, the legs contract. An ingenious system of valves at the body alternates the pressure. So how do these two hydraulic hunters fare when they run into each other in the forest? It's an even match.
You've got two really fast spiders, but the giant banded huntsman is bigger and stronger. The jungle huntsman has speed and stealth to its advantage.
This is a really tough fight to call. Both are very competent fighters. Could go either way.
Next, a fight to the finish in the rainforest. In the rainforest, there are so many bugs. You're bound to run into your doppelganger sometime. The giant banded huntsman is lying in wait. It's on a hair trigger to strike. This jungle huntsman is also looking for a meal. But there's a problem. They're occupying the same diner, and neither one wants to share.
There aren't any fancy tricks to the way these spiders catch their prey. For them, it's all about speed and agility. Quite simply, they just leap onto it and sink the fangs in.
The jungle huntsman goes for a speedy sidestep. But the GBH moves even faster. The jungle huntsman is skewered through its soft underbelly. Fangs like eagle's talons rip into its body again and again.
The giant banded huntsman is able to really crunch up its prey once it catches it. The fangs are big, they're strong, really go deeply, and they're really able to do some damage.
One night out with a giant banded huntsman, and there's little left the morning after. When a giant rainforest mantis confronts a spiny leaf insect, it's a monster battle. It's one of the rainforest's most bizarre citizens. A creature so strange, it could be from another world. In the bug world, spiny leaf insects are giants, growing up to 5 inches long. They're not only big, they're ugly.
Spiny Leaf Insect wants to avoid a fight. Its first defense is the fact that it looks like a leaf. If a predator does get past the camouflage and detect a Spiny Leaf Insect, it'll then rely on its behavior to try to scare off a predator by making itself look big and mean and horrible, like some sort of alien predator from another planet.
Nature often saves scariness for the vegetarians. You see, they need to deter their predators rather than fight them. Although it looks like some kind of battle bot, the creature isn't naturally aggressive. Its heavy armor and razor spikes are for defense. An almost impenetrable shield. And if a predator does try to take a bite, it'll get a mouthful of those spikes. The Spiny Leaf Insect also keeps a secret weapon.
If threatened, the Spiny Leaf Insect will resort to chemical warfare. It has glands that'll squirt out this colorless but extremely stinky liquid that'll deter most predators.
A stinking, ugly, spiky giant should be left alone. But in the rainforest, there's one creature who's not so easily deterred. It's an evolutionary success story. The Giant Rainforest Mantis. A strong-arm assassin and stealthy ninja rolled into one.
Mantids need to eat all the time, so they're very hungry. They're looking for prey all the time. They're on duty all day long. Turns out that they're one of the top rainforest predators.
It's the T-Rex of the bug world. With a powerful stance and lethal forearms. Spikes and lightning-fast grappling hooks ensure nothing escapes.
The strike can happen anywhere from 30 to 50 thousandths of a second. So this is like 1/20th of a blink of an eye. Mantids engage in aggressive mimicry. And what this means is they camouflage themselves so their prey doesn't see them. Matching in with the vegetation, in this case our giant rainforest mantid, is a nice green. It blends in. Prey items that are walking by, they just don't see the mantid until it's simply too late.
This hapless grasshopper never stood a chance. There's one more thing about the giant rainforest mantis. It eats its victims alive.
They're pretty good at orienting their bites toward the head of whatever they've captured, and essentially once you've taken the head off of anything, it stops struggling much more rapidly.
The best defense against the mantis is to avoid it at all costs. But that's not always easy. This spiny leaf insect is out looking for a leafy meal. Unaware, it's venturing into giant rainforest mantis territory.
The spiny leaf insect is a browser. It's a vegetarian. Think of it basically as the cow of the insect world. Just spends most of the day hanging out in the tree, chewing on the leaves, minding its own business.
The leaf insect has attracted the attention of the mantis. And when these two giants of the rainforest come face to face, neither backs down. The mantis is the natural aggressor. It's sizing up the monster before it.
No predator wants to be injured by its prey. If it's going to attack, it needs to make a trade-off, basically. If it attacks something, is it going to successfully kill it and not get injured itself?
Next, two giants collide. Beneath the lush rainforest canopy, two giants of the bug world are about to go head-to-head.
In order to avoid a fight, the Spiny Leaf Insect will actually use its bizarre appearance to try to look like this threatening, horrible alien monster.
No predator wants to be injured by its prey. So in this case, you've got a really big rainforest mantid, but at the same time, the spiny leaf insect is really quite a large insect.
The giant rainforest mantis has weighed the options. It's only a matter of choosing the moment to strike. But with faith in its heavy armor, the spiny leaf insect pushes gamely forward. The mantis's powerful jaws start slicing through its victim. The heavy armor is holding. The spiny leaf insect deploys its chemical weaponry.
In a fight, a spiny leaf insect is going to rely on its armor to hold out long enough for it to get away. But it's not very fast. It will, however, keep spraying the chemicals, but unless a predator gets a perfect shot and gets deterred by that, it's only a matter of time until it's dinner.
The spiny leaf insect has to break free soon, before it's devoured. Breaching the armor, the more the mantis eats, the less its victim can fight. It's a race through the first course. Mantis mouthparts work overtime as cutlery. Mandibles slice and dice, while feelers fork it in. Another life ends in the rainforest. What the mantis can't eat, others will. The giant mantis is happy to share now. It's full. And there's a mess to clean up. When an army of green ants marches against a swarm of paper wasps, it's a battle worthy of the big screen. Above the ground, a high-rise militia goes through its maneuvers. Its headquarters is a leafy bunker, home not to generals, but to green ant larvae, who could one day become soldiers in an ever-expanding army.
Green ant colonies are generally spread around a dozen trees that might contain up to 150 nests, with 100,000 to 500,000 ants total, all of which will risk life and limb to protect the colony.
Every one of these workers comes equipped with weapons of war, serrated mandibles that cut and crush. As in all ant societies, male drones stay at home, leaving this army of sterile females to forage for food. But at the first sign of war, chemicals called pheromones are sent out. Foragers become green grunts, and more move into the kill zone. Even a huge and highly venomous scorpion is no match for a company of angry green ants.
For green ants, defense is all about strength in numbers. They will just keep sending more and more troops out until whatever they're battling with is either gone or they kill it and carry it away for dinner.
Green ants also deploy chemical weaponry. Formic acid that burns organic tissue sprays from their abdomens. If that weren't bad enough, they swarm over a victim, literally biting it to death. A grasshopper many times bigger than one ant is no match for a seething mass of foot soldiers.
When the workers are called to arms, you're no longer dealing with a bunch of cute and fascinating little green ants. Rather, they become like this unstoppable organic plasma that can deter any predator, whether it's coming from the ground or the air.
Victims become helpless marionettes, dancing to the tune of a swarm of single-minded puppeteers. Below this treetop bunker, with its elite soldiers, another force has moved in. A colony of paper wasps. In a skirmish, they use their aerial maneuverability like a weapon. Paper wasps don't fly fast, but they hover with intent, like attack helicopters, waiting to strike and feed.
Paper wasps are really important because they kill so many pest species of caterpillars. The adults are active for anywhere from 2 weeks to maybe 3 weeks. They spend all of their time going out and foraging to kill the caterpillars.
Like the ants, most of the wasp foraging force are sterile females, with heavy artillery at the front and some big guns at the rear.
Unlike bees that can only sting once, these wasps can sting repeatedly.
But paper wasps don't rely just on firepower. They have tactical coordination down to a fine art.
Wasps are actually really smart. They're capable of complex learning. They've got excellent vision.
Like green ants, adult paper wasps hunt and kill only to feed their larvae. Their own survival depends on it. Wasps feed the larvae with captured caterpillars. In turn, the larvae produce nutrient-rich saliva that's fed back to the adults. Life goes on in the paper wasp nest and the green ant colony. It's live and let live. But nature is fickle. One unfortunate windstorm can smash one bug civilization up against another without warning.
This is two insect civilizations at war. And no matter who wins, both sides are going to suffer massive losses.
Next, carnage on a bug battleground. Then, a deadly ninja meets a destroyer in disguise. And later, killer claws versus lethal jaws. In the rainforest, it's the calm before the storm. But as the weather worsens, a tree branch, home to a green ant colony, is flung against a paper wasp nest. War is declared. Wasps mobilize their airborne troops. Gangs of green ants swarm over individual wasps.
The green ants have a major tactical advantage here because they can team up very efficiently against an individual wasp, but the wasps can't work together against an individual ant.
The ants lay pheromone trails and shake their bodies to communicate and coordinate their attack. Without the ants' superior teamwork, the wasps are at a disadvantage. But one-on-one, a larger wasp overpowers a single ant. Some are thrown to the ground, others killed instantly. But in ant battle tactics, strength lies in numbers. Individual wasps are pinned down, sprayed with formic acid, and bitten ferociously. Alone, they have no answer to a combined attack.
The wasps are so much larger than the ants, and they're not cooperating the same way. They're all actively defending the area, but the ants are able to gang up and pull on different legs. So an individual wasp may have multiple ants attacking it.
The green ants may have the upper hand, but now the wasps retaliate. Mounting a concerted airborne attack, they breach the ants' headquarters and begin carrying off the ant brood. More and more wasps overwhelm the ant's nest. It's a mass attack. Under the onslaught, green ants scurry to save their young. It's carnage. The battlefield is littered with the wounded, the dying, and the dead.
All either colony can do is pick up the pieces and start over again.
The wasps' superior airborne maneuverability and their preemptive strike on the ant's nest tips the balance. They overcome their assailants, but at enormous cost. Defeated, the green ants sound the retreat. Their bunker is torn apart. They scramble to salvage the surviving larvae. In a bug war of this magnitude, the refugees have no choice but to escape with their young, to start a new life in another part of the forest. When two predatory jumping spiders come face to face, which one will have the jump on the other? In the Battle of the Leaping Assassins, the long-jawed jumping spider is armed to the teeth.
The long-jawed jumping spider is in many regards a fairly typical jumping spider. But what makes these spiders unusual is that they've got these incredibly long, thick chelicera with long fangs that are almost half its body length.
Some spider fangs are barely visible. Not these.
These have the potential to be really good weapons.
That's bad news for all kinds of prey. Not only that, but you can't sneak past a killer whose eyes are everywhere.
Jumping spiders have incredible vision. They've moved a number of the eyes back on their carapace so that effectively jumping spiders have 360-degree vision.
Those two huge eyes, front and center, sense contrast, colors, even ultraviolet light. This smaller spider is already a marked bug. But the long-jawed jumping spider needs all of its visual acuity to make the kill.
If you're jumping long distances, you need to have good depth perception so you actually land on your prey and effectively catch it.
Death comes in an instant, as those elongated fangs skewer the prey. With brains and brawn, the long-jawed jumping spider is more than a match for most bugs its size. But how will it fare when its opponent shares exactly the same talents?
Now, the issue here is that we've got jumping spider against jumping spider.
The green jumping spider has all the skills and all the smarts of the long jaw. In the eyes of some, she's also the supermodel of the spider world.
That green jumping spider is absolutely gorgeous and big.
In the minuscule world of jumping spiders, big is a relative term. The body is compact and the legs short. The perfect build for a spider that leaps onto its prey.
When it comes to jumping, these guys are in a class of their own. They can launch themselves an amazing 20 times their own body length. Astounding.
More often than not, the jump is a winner. This time, the prey is a fly. Also renowned for its speed and its wide field of vision. The green jumping spider measures the distance. The key to the kill is securing the victim as quickly as possible.
The two front pair of legs are quite well developed, and they have these large spine-like hairs on them. It's like nature gave them a cute little face, but then gave them these mean legs to give a little bit of street cred.
When you encounter spider beauty like this, you can guarantee the outcome won't be pretty.
Both of them have same capabilities, except the long-jawed spider has much, much longer fangs than the other spider. On the other hand, the green jumping spider has size and power to its advantage. So in this case, it really is who has the element of surprise.
Next, jumping assassins fight the ultimate duel. Then, two huntsmen face off in the forest. When two species of jumping spider target each other, it's anyone's guess as to which one will lose and which one will live to leap again.
It's a close match. The longjaw might have bigger fangs, but, you know, size isn't everything.
Then again, sheer body bulk might win the day.
Both the spiders have fairly similar intellectual and visual capabilities, but one has a huge size advantage.
The larger green jumping spider makes the first move. It's a Mexican standoff. Who will blink first? The long jaw plays safe, but the green beauty isn't giving up.
The key in this entire battle is whoever catches the other spider first is going to win.
She stalks her opponent. And scores a direct hit. Her fangs might be small, but they drip with deadly venom.
These guys have a really fast-acting venom. The longjaw's legs have already started to curl up. A sure sign it's about to pass its use-by date.
As the Longjaw discovered to his dismay, the supermodel is more than just a pretty face. Looks can kill. What happens when a gray tree runner mantis and a lichen huntsman drop their invisibility cloaks? Their true and deadly colors are revealed. One of the most powerful tricks a magician can master is to make things disappear. And in the monster bug world, invisibility can mean the difference between life and death.
Camouflage is probably the most important form of defense in the bug world, even for really capable fighters like Mantis. Once your foes spot you, you have a good chance of being injured or even killed. They can't see you, they can't hurt you.
The gray tree runner mantis has perfected the art of blending in. It moves about the forest like a shadow.
This guy is like a ninja who can slip through the enemy territory without being seen, and then launches lightning-fast attack, catching the prey totally unaware.
Even the mantis's massive compound eyes are striped, so their enemies can't see them in the trees. Made from hundreds of tiny units called omatidia, they're among the sharpest binoculars in the insect world. Detecting prey where others only see shadows.
The size of the gray tree runner's eyes gives a great indication of how important they are. They can spot things that other bugs would have no chance of seeing.
The mantis hits its target with pinpoint accuracy. It grabs this grasshopper like a kung fu master snatches a passing fly. But holding it down is a bigger challenge. The grasshopper's legs bristle with spikes. One well-placed kick could deliver a permanent KO. But the mantis has raptorial legs. Once you're trapped, there's little chance of escape.
The raptorial legs of all mantises are extremely efficient weapons, even on small species like the gray tree runner. Once they've spiked their prey, They hold onto it while the mandibles start inflicting the serious wounds.
Imprisoned, the grasshopper pays the ultimate price. It's eaten alive. There's no mercy in this forest. Not even for the mantis. There are other invisible eyes watching it. The lichen huntsman takes the power of invisibility to the ultimate level.
The lichen huntsman's ability to hide out in the open gives it a real predatory advantage.
If the mantis is like a forest shadow, then this spider is like the ghostly phantom of the underworld. She could be anywhere, anytime, and you'd never know.
They're relatively flat spiders that pin themselves against the bark of trees. They've got lots of hairs on their legs that make them blend into the background. They're almost impossible to find.
Those clusters of hair not only camouflage, they double as motion detectors or unwitting passers-by. If all else fails, there's her all-seeing eyes. Four at the front, two on top, and another pair at the rear. Poised in the perfect ambush position, body flattened, head hidden, she has 360-degree vision. At the first sight of prey, the phantom morphs from ghost to demon.
The huntsman spiders have rotated the legs so that they're lateral to the body. And what this means is that they're able to move sideways as effectively as they're able to move forwards. This gives them a much wider range of motion so that they're able to move around fast.
As this cockroach discovers, there's no sneaking past the ghost who waits. The cockroach won't make this mistake twice. The sharp-eyed gray tree runner mantis is nowhere near as naive. It knows the perils of passing this ghostly gatekeeper. But it too wants another meal, and a fellow shapeshifter would make a tasty treat. Next, stealth fighting in the rainforest. Then, launching an airborne attack. And later, armored tanks mobilize for war. The gray tree runner mantis is a stealthy killer in a camouflage suit. It springs from nowhere to snatch its prey and eat it alive. Then disappears back into the forest like a shapeshifter. It's not the only ghostly shadow in the forest. The lichen huntsman also has extraordinary powers of invisibility. So when two masters of camouflage come face to face, conflict is inevitable.
You've got a face-off here with the mantid with its good vision and the huntsman spider very close looking at the mantid. And so the question is, who's going to move first?
It's a poker game where it's high stakes, life or death. Just inches away from its opponent, the mantis tries to bluff with the ultimate poker face.
The mantis certainly isn't behaving like he's scared. He's almost mocking the spider, saying they're just grooming himself, like not even concerned about you at all. He's probably relying on his speed to run away if things get a little bit too much.
But the spider's not fooled. No amount of speed will protect the mantis now. The ghostly spider's fangs pierce the mantis's thorax like massive poison darts, stopping it dead in its tracks. The spider eats at leisure.
So what she's going to do is she'll mash up the mantid, regurgitate digestive enzymes, suck up the prey. Depending on the size of the mantid, it'll take anywhere from half an hour to hours.
When it's over, it's time to put out the trash. And the phantom of the underworld fades invisibly back into the forest. In the treacherous world of bugs, there are many ways to meet your doom. When a velvet worm tangles with a harvestman, it's all-out chemical warfare. On the moist forest floor, an ancient hunter stalks its prey, as it's done for 500 million years. The velvet worm is an all-terrain terror, flowing across uneven ground on hydraulic legs. Each one is tipped with a retractable claw for better grip. Tiny bumps on the body, called papillae, repel water, keeping the worm dry as it navigates its wet, humid world.
Each of the wart-like bumps on its body has a bristle at the tip that acts as a mechanoreceptive sensor. What this means is that the velvet worm is constantly monitoring its environment with its skin.
It looks harmless enough, but the only soft thing about the velvet worm is its name.
They're voracious predators. Velvet worms can grow up to 4 inches, and they can capture animals right up to their own size. This puts a very large amount of different creatures on their menu list.
With a top speed of less than 2 inches per second, it's not able to chase down a meal. But who needs speed when you possess one of the bug world's strangest and most effective long-range weapons? On either side of its head, modified legs called oral tubes fire twin jets of viscous slime. Caught in the sticky blast, the target is immobilized by biological glue.
This slime straitjacket is about 90% water. But as the water evaporates, proteins in the slime start to tangle and form tight chemical bonds. This becomes stringier, stickier, and harder by the second. This is such a cunning natural design.
The velvet worm isn't the only wily fighter in the forest. The harvestman also has a few tricks up its very long sleeves.
You'd think to look at a harvestman that it's a spider, but these guys aren't spiders at all. They don't have venom, they don't have a sting, they don't produce silk. Harvestmen are pretty much characterized by legs.
Those long limbs give it critical clearance in a close fight. And its spiky exoskeleton makes it a tough foe to tackle. And when it comes to victims, the harvestman isn't fussy. Spiked feelers called pedipalps grab and hold the prey, while claw-like mouthparts rip and tear at the flesh. And when under attack, the harvestman wields its own chemical weapon.
The way many harvestmen defend themselves is with stinky glandular secretions that can spray or ooze onto the predator.
When these chemical combatants collide, it's stealth and stickiness versus stench on stilts. Next, armored attack versus worm warfare. Then, a callous killer confronts a silent stalker. And later, an armored Amazon takes on a rainforest wrecking ball. In the Central American rainforest, a velvet worm hunts for prey. Close by, a long-legged harvestman is also prowling for food. Neither will back down. The velvet worm has slime guns and razor-sharp mouthparts. The harvestman boasts claw-like mandibles and a foul defensive spray. Which one will live to fight another day?
This contest is between two very different approaches to survival. Strong offense versus strong defense. Heavy weapons versus heavy armor.
With the worm in its sights, the harvestman moves in for the kill.
I think the harvestman has lots and lots of advantages, but it's got to get in close.
But it's too close. The worm gives it both barrels at point-blank range. The harvestman struggles, but thrashing only tightens its slimy bonds. It's the glue from hell.
Now that's what I call chemical warfare. It may go everywhere. Half of it may miss the target, but wow. That is a prey capture technique that's impossible to upstage and very difficult to escape.
The harvestman is in serious trouble.
All it can do at this point is back off and see if it can groom the glue off. But it's nasty.
With its victim pinned and defenseless, the velvet worm switches to safecracker mode, looking for a way into its meal. Like hellish cookie cutters, the powerful mandibles start sawing through the harvestman's armor. Eventually, the worm injects its toxic saliva.
The saliva that the velvet worm is injecting contains mucus and also hydrolytic digestive enzymes that are pre-digesting the food outside of its body, so all it has to do now is sit back and suck it up.
Things don't always turn out the way you'd expect in the bug realm. You can have all the weapons in the world, But slow and sticky often wins the race. When a horned katydid and an owl butterfly caterpillar lock horns, there's no happily ever after. The jungle underworld is full of bizarre beasts. With its forked tail, spiked back, and hairy horns, the owl butterfly caterpillar is like a mythical creature.
It just looks like some kind of weird snake or slug, and its entire existence revolves around one thing: eating, and eating a lot.
While gorging on leaves, it must avoid becoming a banquet for something else. Its main defense is its terrifying appearance.
If a predator comes along, he'll do everything he can to look more like a viper than a caterpillar. Puff himself up, act strangely, pull threatening poses, even swipe with his horns.
The horns are hard and can be used like antlers in battle. And the owl butterfly caterpillar's mandibles can do more than mulch.
Push comes to shove, he will use them to try to fend off an aggressor.
The owl butterfly caterpillar isn't the only horned beast on the prowl. With its distinctive crowning glory, the horned katydid resembles the fabled unicorn.
The horned katydids have this weird projection coming out just behind their eyes. They may look cute, but these are predatory katydids.
The horned katydid is a ruthless assassin, able to hide in plain sight.
Often they'll look like just this perfect green leaf. Even the veins in their wings look like the veins in a leaf. Potential prey may be walking along and they don't notice that this leaf, in fact, is a predator, and that's to their peril.
The horn is there to intimidate. But the real danger are these mandibles. Sharp enough to skewer heavily armored opponents. Then spiked legs, vicious enough to rip through a predatory bat's wings. It's a foe that's as lethal as it is mean.
They're serious predators that attack animals and eat them alive. These spiny forelegs are used kind of like a cage. The spines keep the prey close to the katydid, and then it's able to bite it and tear it into pieces.
This killer doesn't wait for its prey to die. It's just meat and eat. But what happens when the katydid locks horns with the owl butterfly caterpillar? Next, facing off in the rainforest. Then, lone killer versus web of death. And later, prize fighters who do or die. It's the dead of night in the jungle. A horned katydid is looking for fresh meat. On a nearby leaf, an owl butterfly caterpillar is also out to feed. The Katydid's antennae lock on. It will attack with bolt-cutter mouthparts and thorny limbs. The owl butterfly caterpillar will retaliate with its spiked horns and bristling tail. Who will inflict the mortal blow? The two opponents go head-to-head. The owl butterfly caterpillar tries to psych out its opponent with a bizarre defensive dance. The Katydid is momentarily stunned. It wasn't expecting dinner and a show.
The whole point of wiggling about like a snake is to send out a fake but believable signal that I'm toxic, I will bite you, leave me alone.
The Katydid cuts the caterpillar's performance short with a surgical strike. Bravely, the caterpillar tries to twist free. It lashes with its forked tail, desperately trying to get in a bite. Soft tissue splits like the skin of a sausage, spilling the remains of the caterpillar's last meal. This big bad bug never eats its greens.
Often what they'll do is they'll pull the guts out to avoid the nasty chemicals that are in the plant that the caterpillar ate, and they're able to eat the relatively succulent caterpillar itself.
Even disemboweled, the caterpillar tries to bite its attacker. In the end, the owl butterfly caterpillar achieves a sort of metamorphosis. A gruesome transformation from potential butterfly to unrecognizable meat. When a house centipede and a swift tree mantid meet to compete, the loser will become the winner's trophy. This is a house centipede. A lean, mean killer with just 3 speeds. Stopped, fast, and faster. With 30 legs to propel itself, it's the bug equivalent of an Olympic track and field team rolled into one.
The front legs are relatively short, the hind legs are relatively long, so the legs don't trip over one another as they're running this fast.
When the house centipede feels the need for speed, it covers up to 16.5 inches of ground every second. That's like a human sprinting at 42 miles per hour. It's a unique design where even a couple of spare limbs are put to good use.
The centipede has venom claws. These are evolutionarily modified front legs. that are sickle-shaped organs that are extremely flexible and are able to inject venom into the prey, plus help tear it apart.
But deadly venom and lethal speed are useless unless you can see where you're going.
These centipedes have huge compound eyes. It's clear that they're using vision to track their prey, and this might be related to the speed at which they're chasing.
This cockroach would do well to run for its life. But you can't outrun a gold medal sprinter.
House centipedes are incredibly voracious predators. They literally run down their prey.
But the house centipede isn't the only speedy, sharp-eyed predator patrolling the rainforest arena. It's also the domain of the swift tree mantis. An accomplished all-rounder at blood sports.
These are a pretty small mantid, only about an inch in length, but they're just as capable as a larger mantid and can punch well above their weight.
Its opponents are hit with a deadly combination. Powerhouse limbs, mean mouth parts, deadly spikes.
The swift tree mantid is like the leopard of the bug world. It's really well camouflaged, it's fast, and it tears its prey apart with savage bites.
Thanks to its huge compound eyes, it also has superb vision.
The swift tree mantid has enormous eyes and incredible visual acuity.
When the swift tree mantis and the house centipede compete for gold, this is winner takes all. Next, death or glory, bug style. Then, killer claws versus fatal jaws. And later, spitting a web of death. Deep in the rainforest arena, two cold-blooded killers are about to slug it out for the gold medal in combined blood sports. The swift tree mantid might be small, but it's not intimidated.
The swift tree mantid is extremely alert and bold. It's seemingly unafraid of aggressors, even ones much larger than itself. When confronted, it'll stand its ground, pull some intimidating-looking poses, give a wicked stare.
Is the mantid bold or just plain foolish? Its opponent, the house centipede, isn't backing down either. The mantis strikes first. It catches the centipede off guard. But the bigger centipede counters and stabs the mantid with its venom claws. Then starts ripping its victim apart while it's still alive. The mantid's insides got sucked up like a sports drink. In the bug world, there's only room for one on the winner's podium. There are no silver medals. When a house centipede and a swift tree mantid meet to compete, the loser will become the winner's trophy. This is a house centipede. A lean, mean killer with just 3 speeds. Stopped, fast, and faster. With 30 legs to propel itself, it's the bug equivalent of an Olympic track and field team rolled into one.
The front legs are relatively short, the hind legs are relatively long, so the legs don't trip over one another as they're running this fast.
When the house centipede feels the need for speed, it covers up to 16.5 inches of ground every second. That's like a human sprinting at 42 miles per hour. It's a unique design where even a couple of spare limbs are put to good use.
The centipede has venom claws. These are evolutionarily modified front legs that are sickle-shaped organs that are extremely flexible and are able to inject venom into the prey, plus help tear it apart.
But deadly venom and lethal speed are useless unless you can see where you're going.
These centipedes have huge compound eyes. It's clear that they're using vision to track their prey, and this might be related to the speed at which they're chasing.
This cockroach would do well to run for its life. But you can't outrun a gold medal sprinter.
House centipedes are incredibly voracious predators. They literally run down their prey.
But the house centipede isn't the only speedy, sharp-eyed predator patrolling the rainforest arena. It's also the domain of the swift tree mantid. An accomplished all-rounder at blood sports.
These are a pretty small mantid, only about 1 inch in length, but they're just as capable as a larger mantid and can punch well above their weight.
Its opponents are hit with a deadly combination. Powerhouse limbs, mean mouth parts, deadly spikes.
The swift tree mantid is like the leopard of the bug world. It's really well camouflaged, it's fast, and it tears its prey apart with savage bites.
Thanks to its huge compound eyes, it also has superb vision.
The swift tree mantid has enormous eyes and incredible visual acuity.
When the swift tree mantid and the house centipede compete for gold, this is winner takes all. Deep in the rainforest arena, two cold-blooded killers are about to slug it out for the gold medal in combined blood sports. The swift tree-mantid might be small, but it's not intimidated.
The swift tree-mantid is extremely alert and bold. It's seemingly unafraid of aggressors, even ones much larger than itself. When confronted, it'll stand its ground, pull some intimidating-looking poses, give a wicked stare.
Is the mantid bold, or just plain foolish? Its opponent, the house centipede, isn't backing down either. The mantis strikes first. It catches the centipede off guard. But the bigger centipede counters and stabs the mantid with its venom claws. Then starts ripping its victim apart while it's still alive. The mantid's insides get sucked up like a sports drink. In the bug world, there's only room for one on the winner's podium. There are no silver medals. When a green-bellied huntsman tackles a colony of jumping jack ants, it's a clash of the titans. If an army is only as strong as its weakest soldier, then a squad of jumping jack ants is a force to be reckoned with. Small in size, big on attitude. They're tough and powerful from head to tail.
Even though these are small ants, they are really fierce ants. They've got a strong, potent sting that really packs a punch.
Barely 1/3 of an inch long, jumping jack ants fight well above their weight and deliver a mean punch from both ends. At the front, large serrated mandibles that bite, grip, and slash.
These mandibles can pack a nasty bite, but this is nothing compared to the sting that they have at the back end that is capable of injecting a truly nasty venom that can incapacitate or kill prey very quickly.
With a stinger on the end of its extraordinarily agile tail, the jumping jack can deliver toxic proteins in repeated stings. Powerful enough to induce fatal allergic reactions in humans. The venom is usually reserved for smaller prey, like cockroaches, march flies, and grasshoppers.
You would think that these ants are going out and capturing prey for themselves. That isn't so. Actually, these jumping jack ants live on nectar, a little bit of sugar water. Primarily, they're bringing back the prey to feed the developing ant larvae that need meat in order to grow.
The larvae are hidden away in nests built with soil. Nests are often constructed under rocks or tree roots. Away from the nest, a jumping jack ant forages alone. Its never-ending job is to bring home the bacon, no matter how cumbersome. It's a pit bull and pack horse rolled into one.
These jumping jack ants are really strong ants. They can be grabbing prey, holding onto them with their mandibles, and at the same time, even as the prey is fighting them, they can keep moving them gradually toward their colony.
The jumping jack ant has one more astonishing skill. Like a super action hero, it leaps tall branches in a single bound. But it's not the only bug in this forest with superhero status. The green-bellied huntsman is an arch-villain, not afraid to show its true colors.
If you look at this spider's belly or the joints of its legs, you'll see that it's a beautiful blue-green color. That's because they have a very different form of blood than humans, and they use this blood to pump up their legs, and if the blood pressure drops, the legs will go limp, just like a hose would when you turn the faucet off.
With their hydraulically assisted takeoff, green bellies are super fast, all-terrain hunters with the will to kill. This huntsman also keeps a low profile. Camouflaged 1 minute, prowling the next. A stealthy loner in search of other speedy spiders. This unsuspecting wolf spider is taken down before it knew what hit it. The green belly's vicious fangs rip into its body, mashing it up.
The green-bellied huntsman's fangs are large and powerful, so once they've been driven into a prey, there are no second chances.
For an accomplished hunter, a large, solitary foe is an easy target. But what happens when the green flash encounters a warring gang of jumping jack ants?
It's facing a bunch of pesky little ants. There's not much to bite onto, and even if it kills one or several, there's more coming.
Next, Showdown. Super ants versus an arch-villain. Then, two tough guys slug it out in the rainforest. And later, pro fighters in a no-holds-barred battle. On the forest floor, a low-slung superhero is about to face a team of brutal base jumpers.
Big mandibles, good vision, and they jump. And they're able to jump relatively long distances. The thing is even though these are small ants, they are really fierce ants.
This is jumping jack territory. An underground nest and a patch of forest where they forage for food to feed their larvae. The green-bellied huntsman is hungry too, and it's waiting for a kill. But it's been spotted by a lone jumping jack ant. It launches at the interloper. The green flash grabs it and sinks in its fangs. But the jumping jack gets in a well-timed sting. Toxic proteins, 4 times more potent than bee venom, target cells in critical organs, partially paralyzing the huntsman. Worse still, the alarm has been sounded back at the colony. More ants rush in. The spider manages to crush one in its jaws. but has been stung again.
Jumping jack ants are really quite aggressive, and they're not going to back off just because a single ant has been killed. This is ant behavior. Once they start attacking, they keep going.
The ants work as a team, creating a diversion up front, while one stings the disabled spider from the rear. Even more powerful venom floods into the greenbelly's body. As toxins begin destroying the spider's internal organs, the once pumped up and powerful legs dangle uselessly. Still, the jumping jacks attack. Mandibles slash the spider. A blister of green blood swells from a gash in the abdomen. Still attacking with their razor-sharp mandibles, the jumping jack ants lap up the green belly's lifeblood.
And we thought only vampires drank blood. The ants are lapping up the spider's blood without a second thought. This is a very undignified way to go out.
In a bug battle, there's no such thing as an invincible superhero. Make one slip, and you're dead meat. When a sunburst raspy cricket comes up against a leaf-tailed mantis, it's youth versus experience. Speeding through the undergrowth, its body ablaze with all the colors of the sunset, the sunburst raspy cricket is not afraid to draw attention to itself. But the happy hues aren't matched by a sunny disposition. This robust bug has a mean streak a mile wide.
Attack is always his first choice, and he does it with reckless abandonment. Looking for food? Attack. Feeling threatened? Attack. In fact, his answer to everything is attack.
This bug is built to attack. Whip-like antennae, many times his own body length, are long-range prey finders. Muscular hind legs deliver powerhouse kicks. Front legs lined with thorny spines hold victims in a death grip, while terrifying serrated mandibles tear and dismember.
The huge head isn't full of brains, it's full of muscle. And they provide enough power for the mandibles to cut through even the toughest arthropod exoskeleton. He's the complete package, really. He can run and climb, jump and fly, bite, kick, and spike as well, and that's only when he's in a good mood.
During the day, the sunburst raspy cricket finds a suitable leaf and builds himself a hideout, held together with his own silk spit.
Believe it or not, raspy crickets can secrete silk from glands in their mouth. And what he's doing is using it to construct a little retreat that he can hide in during the day. When he squeezes into this snug little cocoon, he'll pull his antennae in and curl them up next to the body. He'll just sit out the day contemplating his next big kill.
Nightfall is his cue to come out of hiding and embark on a killing spree.
His appetite is almost never ending. He won't stop until he's fully gorged himself, which transforms this hyperactive and agile creature into a bloated one returning home on half power.
This cricket finds his way back thanks to unusual navigation equipment. Simple eyes on his head serve as super-sensitive light receptors.
They're called ocelli, and they're effective at picking up faint light emissions, even from the stars above. It's thought that, along with the pheromone trails, this is what allows a Raspy cricket to venture far distances afield and still find his way home.
The sunburst Raspy cricket is an old pro at hunting. But there's a new kid on the block. A young leaf-tailed mantis, still wet behind the wings, munches on a moth.
Now, he's actually kind of immature, not very well developed. However, his hunting skills are just fine.
With his bright green coloring and leaf-shaped abdomen, this young buck is already a camouflage expert.
Mantises sit for hours in one place waiting for the perfect opportunity. But when that opportunity arises, they go for it fast.
Two false eyes on the inside of the forearms are a neat defensive trick.
When the mantid is feeling defensive, it'll open up its forearms and show these amazing eye spots. It startles potential predators so that they think they might be facing a much larger foe.
But it's the hardened spines that are truly terrifying. Those long raptorial forelegs snatch prey, pinning it down, while razor-sharp mouthparts tear it to pieces. A wandering brown cricket gets no warning. But it's the cricket's lucky day. The brash young mantid has missed his mark and has to settle for a drumstick.
It looks like this young guy has quite a bit of work to hone his hunting skills. But if he survives, he'll have plenty of time to hone that accuracy.
In fact, he'll get another chance very soon. The sunburst Raspy cricket is making his way home from a long night's slaughter. What happens when this hardened killer confronts a teenage terror? Next, a brutal encounter in the blink of an eye. Then, a spiked assassin meets a wily warmonger. And later, deadly deeds in Davy Jones' locker. As dawn approaches, a sunburst Raspy cricket returns home full and satisfied after an evening hunt. But a young leaf-tailed mantis is ready and waiting. These bug war combatants share similar weaponry. Both grab their prey in a spiky embrace, then rip it apart with razor-sharp mandibles. Which one will live to greet the dawn? The leaf-tailed mantis's keen eyes are already locked on the approaching cricket. He watches intently, not moving a muscle. One potential victim has escaped tonight. This time, he can't afford to miss.
If the mantis gets a clean first strike, then the Raspy cricket is doomed. However, if it misses, like it did that first time, it could be the one getting eaten.
The cricket is sluggish. A full belly has robbed him of his usual speed and awareness. Even the cricket's extra-long antennae don't register danger until it's too late. In a blur of speed, the young mantid grabs. This time, it's a textbook strike.
Once an animal is locked into the forearms of a mantis, they face an impossible dilemma. If they don't struggle, it means certain death, and if they do struggle, it just prolongs the agony.
Clutching his victim, the mantid swings upside down. Its hardened mandibles go to work on the cricket's head. Even the tough serrated mouthparts are consumed.
That's the final reward for showing some attitude. You get your head bitten off, literally.
It's a harsh price to pay. The sunburst Raspy cricket will never see the sun rise again. When a rock spider goes to war with a lichen-barked mantis, one of them will vanish forever. On a stony jungle floor, a rock spider waits patiently for her next victim. With her ultra-low profile and mottled disguise, she's equally at home on rocks or on trees, able to hide and hunt like a sniper.
She's got very finely tuned sensory hairs on all of her legs, excellent vision with a very wide field of view, so she'll sit there motionless and just wait to detect a passerby.
Cunning camouflage isn't this killer's only trick. She's also a spider speedster.
These spiders are amongst the world's fastest animals. We're talking in the order of 60 body lengths per second. That would be the equivalent of us running at 250 miles an hour.
Rotated legs hinge laterally instead of vertically, so she can move in any direction. A flattened body allows the spider to get herself out of a tight spot by getting into one.
If the rock spider comes up against a serious threat, its first tactic is to run for the nearest nook or cranny, squeeze itself in, and hope that the predator can't follow it inside.
A jumping spider is a quicksilver killer, but it's about to find itself between a rock and a hard place. It didn't even see the rock spider coming.
There's no wrapping in silk or other fancy containment device. It's all about injecting the venom and then just waiting for it to do its work.
The rock spider isn't the only predator around these parts with stealth and speed. The lichen bark mantis gives the spider a run for its money.
During the day, it hunts facing down on trees, and it holds itself very close to the bark. So it can sit out there in the middle of the day hunting and not be noticed.
Unlike most mantids, the lichen bark mantis has a short, stubby body. But extra long legs make it quick off the blocks.
This is such a fast little mantid. They really are pretty bold, and if they're threatened, they just zip away from the predators.
Very little escapes the mantid's cold, unblinking gaze. Enormous compound eyes, also colored to aid camouflage, are supremely powerful motion detectors.
They move their heads from side to side to give them more binocular vision. And if something moves, they're on it very, very rapidly.
It doesn't need great vision to spot this potential meal. A bright green Katydid is like a blazing neon sign over an all-night diner. Super sharp mandibles tear it to pieces.
It's fast, it's stealthy. These mantids are cool.
But this cool cat is about to face a far more formidable foe. The rock spiders come prowling for fresh meat. What happens when these two speedy stealth fighters duel to the death?
They're both very capable ambush hunters, and they're both just waiting to pull the trigger when they detect the slightest sign that the other is about to spring into motion.
Next, the tree terror meets the rock horror. Then, dressed to kill. And later, Battle of the Silk Assassins. Midnight in the forest. Two shapeshifters face off. A rock spider turned tree climber is on a quest to kill. Waiting for it, a lichen bark mantis. The rock spider relies on large fangs and lethal venom. The lichen bark mantis has spiked arms and razor-sharp mandibles. Which monster will survive to see the dawn? The spider's first move is her first mistake, giving away her position. The mantis's keen eyes are now trained on the intruder. The mantis makes a series of lightning-fast lunges. The spider evades.
The difference between life and death here is reaction times measured in milliseconds.
It's a deadly game of cat and mouse, each trying to gain the upper hand. This time, the mantis snares a leg, but the rock spider slips away once more. The spider knows she's in trouble. The mantis pounces. The rock spider throws off a leg as a life-saving decoy.
Well, there's no turning back now. The mantis truly has the upper hand.
There's no place to hide. The mantis charges. Raptorial legs clamp shut. Spines bite down on flesh. Outpaced, the rock spider is beaten at her own game.
I've got to admit, on this one, I was sure that the rock spider was going to get this mantis.
The spider doesn't have time for regrets. In a blur of slicing mandibles, the mantis helps the rock spider achieve her final and very convincing vanishing act.
I would comment on the aftermath, but there's nothing to comment on. The rock spider has totally disappeared from the face of the earth.
The bug realm is a slaughterhouse. With butchers on every blade of grass, no one is safe. When a flame-bellied orb weaver and a longicorn beetle bring out the blades, there will be blood. Like a nightmare from a horror show, the longicorn beetle is like a flying chainsaw.
In Costa Rica, there's a widespread myth that they can saw a branch off a tree just by hooking on with their jaws and flying in a circle.
The longicorn beetle is built like a ground-to-air wood chopping machine. Body and wings are protected by heavy armor. 2 grappling hooks on each foot help it cling to trees. Even the antennae are thick and tough.
The antennas serve as sensors for smelling, for contact chemoreception. Another notable feature of the antenna are their length. This is not something that a predator would want to have to deal with while also having to fend off those powerful jaws.
Those jaws are like razor-sharp axes, able to shear straight through timber.
They're very powerful and could crush another animal in a heartbeat or tear it clean in half.
The longicorn beetle prefers its diet of wood, but it won't shrink from fighting the most vicious predators. One of them is a neighboring flame-bellied orb weaver. It sits and waits. A patient executioner, wearing its orange markings like team colors.
This is just a tough, aggressive orb weaver that's able to capture big things that come into the web, get in there, bite it, and wrap it.
This mobile attacker has multiple eyes. But it's those extra sensitive feet that turn the web into long-range radar.
By building this orb web, it's able to extend its sensory system and feel vibrations from around it from quite a large distance.
When a cricket wanders in, there's no mistaking the dinner bell.
It grabs the prey and starts swathing it with silk. And then as soon as it's safe, it'll get in there and bite.
The flame-bellied orb weaver injects its powerful neurotoxins. The cricket is soon paralyzed and devoured. But will the victory come quite so easily when the armored woodcutter tangles with a high-wire hitman? Next, a deadly trap for vicious players. In the forest, a wood-eating longicorn beetle flits from tree to tree, gorging on bark. Nearby, a flame-bellied orb weaver is primed to strike. The flame-bellied orb weaver has super sticky silk and potent venom. The longicorn beetle has size and strength, with heavy body armor and shredding mandibles. Who will survive? The beetle has fed well tonight, perhaps too well. Heading homeward, its concentration lapses. And it's snared in the orb weaver's trap. In a frenzy, the flame belly throws silk bandages around its victim.
This is now a battle between silk and scissors. The beetle's only chance of survival is to use those mandibles to cut through the web before the spider has a chance to deliver a bite.
The spider must work fast. One wrong move, and the longicorn's timber-tearing jaws could sever a leg, even chop its opponent in half.
This beetle has these big jaws, and it's struggling hard. The spider knows that it's potentially a really dangerous opponent.
The flame belly's spinnerets work overtime. She circles the larger beetle, rapping constantly. In a last-ditch effort, the beetle pierces the silken death shroud with its mandibles. But the spider keeps a safe distance.
These guys might munch through bark like it's butter, but when you're wrapped up in one of the world's strongest spider silks and you're under attack, getting that chainsaw fired up and into action is no easy proposition.
For the longicorn beetle, time is fast running out. And predator and prey are locked together in a spiral dance of death. The spider probes for a chink in the tough armor. Delivers a toxic bite and retreats to the middle of the web, confident that its venom will do the rest. All that remains is for the flame-bellied orb weaver to haul its dinner up and feast. The airborne woodcutter has taken its last flight. When bugs go to war, there are no rules, no sense of fair play, and no concept of picking on someone your own size. When a marbled scorpion takes on a trapjaw ant, size will matter. But will bigger be better? This ancient rainforest is home to one of the bug world's most durable survivors, the marbled scorpion. Its weapons might be primitive, but they've been tested by time. Scorpions have chased down their prey for more than 300 million years.
They're really evolutionary survivors in that they are effective predators that know how to get the job done.
The scorpion's tools of the trade are an ostentatious display of murderous intent. Anything but concealed weapons.
Scorpions have two main weapons. They have their pinchers, where they're able to grab prey, hold it, and tear it apart. In addition, they have the tail with a venomous stinger at the end. So they're able to grab prey, crush it, and sting.
Scorpion venom can kill in an instant. But its eyesight is weak. Instead, the scorpion locates its prey with sensory organs that work like high-tech antennae.
They've got something that are known as pectines behind their fourth pair of legs on their belly. They act like radar, so they're very sensitive to chemical information, to vibratory information on the ground below them.
The marbled scorpion is also very wily. This cockroach had no idea it was about to become lunch. Grabbed and stung, it's carried away to be ripped apart and devoured. Like spiders, scorpions prefer their food runny. Draining the liquefied flesh of this cockroach is like sipping a meat martini. When a marbled scorpion goes hunting in the rainforest, most small creatures give it a wide berth. But not all are so easily intimidated. Much smaller in stature and just as determined is the trapjaw ant. And like the scorpion, it comes armed with two fearsome weapons. One at the front, one at the back.
The trapjaw's sting is very potent, and because they can use it over and over again, they can come in for a first strike, back off, and then just wait for the venom to start to take effect, and then come in for another series of stings to finish the prey off.
But the front end is also loaded with a hard-hitting weapon.
The trapjaw mandibles open a full 180 degrees, much like a crossbow, and then it's set, all that force waiting. The minute something touches one of the delicate sensory hairs on the inside, snap shut with incredible force.
The peak force is equal to 300 times the ant's body weight, and the speed is astonishing. 2,300 times faster than the blink of a human eye.
The force is so strong, it can actually pop the prey open, sort of like a melon being crushed to expose the soft inside. What a way to go.
Trapjaw ants aren't afraid of a battle. Neither is the marbled scorpion. And it won't be long before their combat skills are put to the test. Next, a veteran killer versus an army of ants. Then, one jumps, one spits, one dies. As darkness creeps over the rainforest, the marbled scorpion goes looking for food. Also out scouting for a meal, a trapjaw ant. The ant forages, unaware of the scorpion camouflaged on a rock. Eventually, it sees it. And the ant has only one response: attack. The scorpion leads with its left, but can't score a hit. The ant counters with sharp jabs from its jaws, like a stun gun. Each blow sends shockwaves through the scorpion's body. It's hurting badly. The lone ant calls for reinforcements.
These ants, they're constantly in communication with each other through touch, body movement, the use of chemical signals.
The call to arms is fast and effective. Troops arrive in force.
This doesn't look good. Scorpion should get out of there as quick as possible.
The scorpion is totally outnumbered. Stingers plunge into its body, all over its limbs. Multiple stings send deadly venom coursing throughout the hapless scorpion's body cavity. Totally paralyzed, those once fearsome claws are useless. The marbled scorpion is destined for a marble mausoleum.
A scorpion known for its venom is being taken down by an ant that isn't known for its sting, but is absolutely known for its jaws.
It's the ultimate indignity. A rainforest supremo is dragged from its rocky pedestal to be cut apart and fed to ant larvae. In the bug world, the smallest creature can be the cruelest killer. But some corners of the rainforest breed truly terrifying giants. When a red-rumped tarantula goes up against a giant cockroach, it's a battle of the megabugs. Deep in the Costa Rican jungle, something burrows through the leaf litter. A creature that sparks fear and loathing in equal measure. A menacing monster with hooded armor and a 4-inch body. This beast lives up to its title, the Giant Cockroach.
These cockroaches are the biggest cockroaches on Earth. They're opportunistic, carnivores, omnivores, whatever they can get to eat.
It's a camouflage expert, blending in perfectly with the leaf litter. Large compound eyes wrap around the antennae like alien sunglasses. But for this megabug, sight isn't as important as chemical detection. Kept scrupulously clean, thread-like antennae, almost twice as long as the giant's enormous body, probe the air for telltale smells and air currents. The huge body is defended by hardened wing cases. An armored collar, called a pronotum, shields the head and thorax. Powerful spine-covered limbs rake across opponents' bodies, tearing and ripping their flesh. Would-be predators must also contend with sharp mandibles that hack and slash.
Their mandibles are relatively small, but they're really strong, and they're designed to be able to take apart almost anything that they encounter. When they fight, they'll use their legs, and they can also rip the opponent's legs off, so they can be pretty dangerous.
But today, another bug world titan is on the prowl. A male red-rumped tarantula.
Tarantulas have been around for a very long time, way before the dinosaurs, and everything about them is supersized. Their legs, their bodies, their fangs, and their ability to turn other animals into yesterday's news.
This male's mean enough to play nasty, but against a roach on roids, smart enough to play safe.
That's why it wasn't a predatory act of aggression. It was a defensive swipe driven purely by fear. When tarantulas are threatened, they'll rear up in front of a foe, raising their front legs and flashing their fangs, but biting is usually the last line of defense.
Besides, this male tarantula isn't hunting for food. He's looking for love. But tarantula love is a one-sided affair.
The male red-rumped tarantula is a monster, but the female, that's where the word extreme isn't extreme enough. She's 5 to 6 inches across, positively humongous, and she can live over 20 years.
When a female meets a male, she will either mate him or eat him. Unfortunately, he doesn't know which. For some males, that's just too risky. This big mama doesn't miss much. Her 8 small eyes, grouped close together, provide only poor vision. Instead, she hunts by vibration. Her massive body and legs are covered in long sensory hairs. Hair also forms a unique defense. Beneath the red rump's fiery abdominal hair, tiny barbed strands, called urticating hairs, can be flicked onto an approaching enemy.
They're like fiberglass, so you can imagine if they get into somewhere sensitive or in the eyes, the itching would drive a predator crazy.
This male is prepared to risk his life for a mate, even though she can be the date from hell.
Courting behavior in these spiders is a complex ritual with all sorts of palpable drumming, body vibrations, and leg tapping. You don't just walk up and say, "How you doing?"
The female has one goal, to have her eggs fertilized. Otherwise, the male is just one more piece of meat. Her huge fangs, like daggers, pierce his head.
The fangs are truly scary, up to 1/3 of an inch long in the females and quite wide. Because these are ancient spiders, they're more like ice picks than pinchers. What the tarantulas do is drive the fangs down with incredible force, which opens up massive wounds in the prey's body.
Now her juices start flowing. Digestive enzymes break down her would-be lover. His flesh dissolves. What the male had hoped would be dinner for 2 is now soup for 1. The giant cockroach has intimidated one male tarantula tonight. But what happens when a monstrous female weighs in?
This big female tarantula, she's much less likely to be threatened off just by the size of this cockroach. She's much more likely to take it on. But this is a good-sized cockroach. It could be a real battle, and it could take a really long time.
Next, rainforest giants on the rampage. Then, carnage with clubs and claws. And later, super scrappers slug it out. Nightfall in the rainforest. A giant cockroach lumbers through the leaf litter on a collision course with a female red-rumped tarantula. The tarantula has massive fangs and paralyzing venom. The giant cockroach has sturdy armor and spiked legs that can wound. Which of these mega bugs will live to see the sunrise? The cockroach approaches, unafraid. The tarantula is poised to attack. Against any other bug, the battle would be over. But those ice-pick fangs haven't yet found soft flesh. They're hooked on the cockroach's armored collar. The spider's holding on like a rodeo rider on a bucking bronco.
These cockroaches just don't give in. It's putting up an epic struggle. Keeps trying to kick and kick. It's holding on to the ground. It's trying to move forward. Anything that it can do to get away from this tarantula.
The tarantula isn't built to fight a long, drawn-out battle.
Tarantulas have a very primitive form of lungs. While they're capable of great power over short bursts, prolonged struggles are not their forte.
There's another problem, an annoying ant swarm. The cockroach catches a break. But just as it gets off the mat, round 2 begins. A fang plunges through the cockroach's armor. Dozens of mites who made a home under the cockroach's wings start leaving the sinking ship.
This is really a web of life, and you see mites on almost everything. Mites are bloodsuckers.
Now the tarantula sucks the life out of its once mighty opponent. In the bug world, the bigger you are, the harder you fall. In the cruel bug kingdom, some killers camouflage themselves. Others survive on pure speed or brute force. When a moss mantis clashes with a tiger beetle, 2 worlds collide. On the moss-covered branches of a South American rainforest, a specter haunts. Ruthless, cunning, hidden. The moss mantis is a master concealer. Tiny tufts, resembling lichen, cover the mantid's body, breaking up its silhouette. It doesn't just look like moss, it behaves like moss.
The moss mantis is so adept at impersonating moss that it'll hang down under the branches as well, even swaying side to side like a little bit of moss in the breeze. Talk about an evil genius.
You may not see it, but it sees you. With super-sensitive eyes, mottled and horned, to blend into the background.
These two large compound eyes give the mantis excellent depth perception, a very wide field of view, and they can even detect motion up to 60 feet away.
The instant it senses movement, the mantis deploys ingenious range-finding equipment on its neck.
Mantis have a series of very fine hairs on the back of their neck that are in constant contact with the head. So as the head turns to look at a prey, the hairs also move, and this tells them exactly what direction to launch their raptorial strike. It's so accurate that 85% of the strikes are successful.
In strike mode, the moss mantis lulls victims into complacency. It looks as harmless as any other part of the mossy forest. But when it goes on the attack, the moss mantis becomes a slick killing machine. Its huge limbs launch it through the air in search of prey. A wolf spider, prowling for food, doesn't realize it's on the menu.
When a mantis snatches its prey, the entire strike only takes 30 to 50 milliseconds. That's 3 or 4 times faster than a human muscle reflex, or about 10% how long it takes for me to blink my eyes.
Raptorial legs open like switchblades, revealing large spikes that hook the prey and drag it to the waiting mouth. Mandibles, sharp enough to slice through the toughest bug armor like a can opener, make short work of soft spider flesh. When the meal is over, the master of disguise lies in wait for another victim. But not every bug worries about camouflage or clever tactics. Flashy and fast, tiger beetles take other bugs head-on.
Tiger beetles are fast animals. They run after prey, they grab it, they tear it to pieces, they eat it fast and go off running again.
With iridescent shells, metallic sheen, and blinding speed, ground-hugging tiger beetles are like Formula One cars on legs. They hold the land speed record for bugs, beetling along at an incredible 50 body lengths per second.
If this was a human running equivalently fast, this would be 480 miles an hour. This is amazingly fast.
But when the tiger steps on the gas, something strange happens. Its eyes can't keep up.
They move so fast, their brain can't process how fast they're moving. So they literally go blind while they're running.
The tiger beetle's speed is matched only by its savagery. Enormous serrated mandibles tear the victim to pieces.
Tiger beetles have these massive jaws. They're equivalent to 10% of the body length of the animal. They're these huge sickle-like shears. It's equivalent to humans having 8-inch teeth.
Those jaws cut and mash, squeezing fluids from prey, leaving behind an unrecognizable pulp. But the tiger beetle's hectic pace requires a constant supply of fuel.
Tiger beetles need to eat a lot all of the time in order to maintain their energy to run so fast.
That puts it on a collision course with the moss mantis. What happens when the fast and the furious runs into the ghost who stalks?
If the mantis doesn't get in a good first shot, the tiger beetle could really hurt it.
Next, a speed demon takes on a master of disguise. Then, horned monsters go head-to-head. And later, terror tactics in the jungle. In the mossy reaches of a South American rainforest, a voracious tiger beetle is on its never-ending quest for food. Nearby, a moss mantis watches, poised to strike. The moss mantis attacks with lethal limbs and savage mouthparts. The tiger beetle combines speed with crushing, slicing mandibles. Who will inflict the mortal blow? The mantid must choose its moment with military precision, because the tiger beetle can sever entire limbs with a single bite.
Its jaws are big enough that it could tear the legs off this mantid. It could break the mantid in half.
The beetle waits for telltale movement.
Tiger beetles are visual predators. They're moving and they're looking for movement in the environment, and that's what they're tracking. The problem is when they come up against this mantis, the mantis isn't moving around.
The mantis doesn't stay motionless for long. In less time than it takes to blink, switchblade arms snatch the tiger beetle. The mantid spins its foe around, keeping the beetle's deadly mandibles at a safe distance. All the while, the mantid's jaws wreak havoc.
The mantis's mandibles might be small, but they can cut through just about any bug's armor.
Defenseless, the tiger beetle has nowhere to run.
Speed isn't everything. Sometimes the animals that just stay very still and then attack very rapidly are really the winners.
In the bug world, it isn't always survival of the fastest. When a Portia spider takes on a long-jawed orb weaver, it's brains versus bite for the biggest prize, survival. In the rainforest, hunters don't come any smarter than this. A flair for strategy. A master of disguise. The name is Spider. Portia Spider. licensed to kill. Portia is a specialist assassin. She prefers other spiders. And her 8 all-seeing eyes can pick them off in all sorts of conditions.
The eyes have different functions. The eyes on the side are very attuned to movement. A jumping spider can see 360 degrees.
Portia is also a mistress of camouflage. Tufts of brown and white hair all over her body, thick brushes on the top of her legs, and thin lower leg segments make her look like forest debris. It's the perfect cover for ambushing prey. And when it comes to the kill, she has all the equipment a stealthy assassin needs. Fangs that deliver lethal venom, and mouth parts that flood the victim's body with digestive enzymes, so it can be dissolved, ground up, and sucked in as a liquid lunch. But Portia is armed with another weapon you can't see.
Portia are incredibly intelligent spiders. What Portia seems to do is locate its prey, figure out where it is, approach it from a number of different angles until it's in an optimal hunting position.
She's also a master deceiver. She doesn't just look like leaf litter, she acts like it.
They will pluck on webs that indicate that just a little debris has fallen into the web. And so the spider may come up to the web, try to remove the debris, only to be attacked.
You don't mess with a fine-tuned killing machine unless it has a weakness. And this is the arch-villain who could find it. A stay-at-home hunter and a high-wire walking warrior. The long-jawed orb weaver.
The orb weaver's web is laid out like a circular grid with lines radiating out from the center. The spider will sit in the center, and from there it can get to any point on the web very fast, and those long legs just enhance their speed.
The orb weaver lies in wait. A silent ninja poised to strike.
Orb weavers have 3 little claws at the end of each leg, and while they're sitting on the web, they're monitoring every little vibration.
Each movement means something. A puff of wind, a falling leaf, or what the skillful hunter is really waiting for, a trapped insect.
Sensing vibration is far more important to these guys than seeing things. In fact, vision doesn't really play a role at all in their hunting strategy.
When this 8-legged ninja strikes, it's lightning quick. But no throwing stars here. Just 2 long, razor-sharp fangs. Perfect for turning prey into shish kebabs.
The Longjaw's spiked chelicerae effectively perform the same function as the raptorial arms of a mantid. They help grab onto the prey, hold it, and tear it apart.
A lethal assassin versus a deadly ninja. Only one will survive. Next, brains versus brute force. Then, a stormtrooper stalks a callous killer. And later, a ruthless bloodsucker tackles an armored tank. In the peaceful surrounds of the lush rainforest, a camouflage specialist stalks a larger-than-life arch-villain.
Portia's a camouflage spider. They look like a piece of debris, and that's all there is to it. They don't look like a spider walking along. They don't look like a predator, and they don't feel like a predator.
Portia has devised a plan of attack. She starts snipping the long jaw's silk lines, clearing a jumping path for a view to kill.
The Portia has done such a good job of tricking the longjaw that it is oblivious to the threat, even as its back to it.
Portia keeps snipping. One stray line in the path of her jump, and the diner could become the dinner. With the lines clear, she moves into position. A quick, clinical kill. As the venom-filled fangs plunge into the orb weaver's body, what took more than an hour of scheming and preparing is over in a moment. Portia venom is unusually potent, especially to spiders. As the deadly cocktail courses through its body, the long jaw is paralyzed, then eaten.
You know, it's no surprise that this Portia won. Long-jawed spider, unless it escaped fast, was doomed. It isn't a spider hunter. Portia is a spider hunter. They're good at what they do. They're really smart. I don't think the long-jawed spider had a chance.
Like a professional assassin, Portia is ruthlessly efficient. And she's already planning her next kill. Some bug fights are one-sided. But in others, it's might versus might. As two evenly matched prize fighters slug it out, there can be only one. When a green praying mantis encounters a ferocious predatory Katydid, the judge's verdict is final. The green praying mantis is a heavyweight fighter who's perfected the art of taking its opponents by surprise.
The mantis is like the biological equivalent of a stealth fighter plane. The color of the body, the flat triangular shape, everything about it has evolved to make this animal extremely difficult to spot.
When those huge compound eyes, with their 300-degree field of vision, lock onto a target, the mantis will attack. Even foes like this dangerous lynx spider.
The green praying mantis is quite confident to take on creatures other bugs will do anything to avoid.
The lynx spider spits lethal toxins made by venom glands in its head.
Both these animals are well aware of each other's presence, and they're both very, very fast.
The lynx spider makes a break. but it's caught and impaled on razor-sharp spikes. As a fighter, the mantis relies not on venom, but savagely sharp body parts. Inside each one of its front two raptorial legs is a vertical row of lethal curved spines.
These legs are like a cross between a mace and a grappling hook. They grab, snag, pierce, and pin the prey down all at the same time.
Barely pausing, the mantis eats through the lynx spider's legs, then its body, then its venomous head.
Eating the lynx spider venom glands won't have any ill effect on the mantis. If the venom was injected, that would be different, but for the glands to pass through the digestive system, no problems at all.
As a prize fighter, the green praying mantis appears invincible. Though in nature, that's never a given. There's another prize-fighting heavyweight in this forest. The ferocious predatory Katydid. And it's evenly matched with the mantis in almost every way.
It looks like a leaf. It looks like this innocent leaf-like structure, but it is an incredibly dangerous predator.
Just as the green mantis blends in with the grass, the Katydid, with its veined wings, hides among leaves. And like the mantis, the Katydid comes equipped with sharp grappling spikes, not just on two legs, but on the front four. And up at the head, everything, including the mouth parts, are supersized.
These katydids have massive heads to provide plenty of space for these large mandibles and the muscles that control the mandibles.
Those mandibles are like Swiss Army knives. They lever and cut and fork in victims' body parts. The back legs are just as powerful. When they kick in, launch time becomes lunchtime.
It locks it up in its very strong, spiny arms, and then its mandibles just tear into it.
In a pre-fight weigh-in, the Katydid is just as big as the mantis, just as strong, and is equally fast. Two heavyweights, evenly matched. And when they throw down, it will be a championship fight to the death. Next, facing off in the rainforest. Then, razor spines versus silken steel. And later, a stealthy killer stalks its victim. In a grassy arena, the two prize fighters enter the ring. Round one. In the green corner, the Katydid sizes up its opponent with its long-range feelers. In the other green corner, the mantis has its guard up, ready to strike. The mantis throws a lightning-fast right jab. The Katydid ducks for cover.
You have to give the mantis points for bravery. He's just so fearless, but I think he may have bitten off more than he can chew here.
Round 2. The mantis comes out swinging. The Katydid finds its range with its antennae. The Katydid locks the mantis in a raptorial cage and delivers a killer bite to the mantis's eye. It's a cut no corner can repair.
Already, it's damaged the head, it's damaged the antenna, it's damaged multiple parts of the body.
There will be no round 3. In an even matchup, sheer ferocity tips the scales.
Just goes to show that no matter how capable a fighter any particular animal may be, there's always something else out there that can tip the world upside down.
Step into the ring with a ferocious predatory Katydid, and there's no such thing as a knockout. The loser never gets up. The bug world is locked in the Dark Ages. Life is nasty, brutal, and short. Death can strike at any moment. When an ambly pigeon clashes with a red forest scorpion, the holy grail is survival itself. The amblypygid is a rainforest Frankenstein. Part spider, part scorpion.
Amblypygids are closely related to spiders and vinegar worms. They've got 8 legs and 8 eyes.
It shuns the light, spending its days skulking in crevices or under rocks, emerging after dark to feed. Its armored body is built low to the ground. Lateral grade legs allow it to move in any direction. 2 of those limbs have been modified to act as whip-like antennae.
They're extremely sensitive to the movement of air or other vibrations in its vicinity. They're also very sensitive to odors, which is unusual for an arachnid.
With as many as 148 joints, these whip-like organs can circle its whole body, keeping a 360-degree lookout. And when it locates prey, it crushes them with multi-pronged pedipalps. Those pedipalps are like huge clubs lined with spikes. The amblypygid will need all its weaponry and heavy armor when it encounters the red forest scorpion. The red forest scorpion is a night stalker who enjoys the thrill of the chase. Scorpions are ultimate hunters. Long, slender pincers, lined with fine sensory hairs, hold prey in a vice-like grip. At the other end, its main strike weapon, a bulbous sting, dispenses fast-acting venom.
If you think cyanide is a powerful toxin, some scorpion venoms are actually over 100 times more potent. This kills their prey extremely fast, stone dead.
This one's hot on the trail of its next kill. Under its body, feathery organs called pectines have picked up a scent.
The scorpion is tapping its pectines on the ground about once every 30th of a second, sensing a chemical trail. The more often it detects the scent, the more accurately it can track the prey.
A large ground spider doesn't realize it's on the radar until it's too late. One sting, and the scorpion feasts. But when the ambly pigeon comes by, the conquest might not be quite so easy. Next, the ultimate grudge match. In the still of the night, an ambly pigeon prowls for fresh meat. Its long-range sensor warns something's coming. The red forest scorpion is also out hunting. Its super-sensitive pectines have picked up the whiff of live flesh. When these two knights of the dark realm go head-to-head, only one will survive. The ambly pigeon has crushing club-like claws and blinding speed. The red forest scorpion has a lethal stinger and super-potent venom. Which one will emerge alive? The scorpion lies in wait below the ledge. But the ambly pigeon's super flexible whip has detected it. The scorpion advances. The ambly pigeon sidesteps, then attacks from below. The scorpion grabs a leg, while avoiding the ambly pigeon's stiletto-tipped clubs. It angles its stinger for a kill shot.
If the ambly pigeon manages to catch a scorpion with those spiked pedipalps, it could crush the living daylights out of it. So it's important that the scorpion gets in a sting as quickly as possible.
The ambly pigeon locks on, attempting to crush its opponent into submission. But the scorpion's tail is free. The scorpion injects its cocktail of tissue-destroying venom. Before it takes effect, the ambly pigeon makes one last-ditch attempt to escape. But the red forest scorpion is not about to lose its grip on this meal. Breaking a leg in two, it begins to feed as the venom takes hold. The ambly pigeon flatlines. And in a final indignity, this ancient medieval fighter becomes a free-for-all buffet on the forest floor. When a giant rhinoceros beetle encounters a swarm of voracious meat ants, it's a conflict that will end in blood. Rhinoceros beetles are like tanks on the bug battlefield. They're among the biggest of all the beetles, titans of the bug world.
Rhinoceros beetles aren't misnamed. They're big, they're kind of clumsy, but they have a thick, heavy, sclerotized exoskeleton that is incredibly hard to pierce. It covers most of their body, and the rhinoceros beetles are awesomely strong.
On a power-to-weight ratio, these battle bugs are the strongest animals on the face of the earth.
It's estimated that a rhinoceros beetle is able to push or carry as much as 850 times its body weight. We're talking that a human could lift as much as 65 tons. This is a crazy heavy amount that this rhinoceros beetle is able to carry.
For all its brute force, this monster mostly eats rotting fruit, which provides all the fuel it needs to wrestle a rival.
The males and the males alone have these big horn-like structures that act like levers.
Each male has two forked horns, one on the head, the other on the top of the prothorax. As a weapon, they work like a pair of sharp tongs to catch and dispatch an opponent. But for all his brutish ways, the rhinoceros beetle has one surprising trick up his sleeve. He can fly.
The rhinoceros beetle almost transforms itself when it gets ready to fly. It opens its four wings in a click and then lumbers into flight. These are not great flyers.
It takes to the air with all the grace you'd expect from a tank with wings. Still, it's a talent that could save its life. And he may need an escape strategy if he strays into meat ant territory. One single ant isn't much of a threat. But where you find one, you'll find many.
Individual nests can contain tens of thousands of ants, but they're often linked together into super colonies that can contain hundreds of thousands or more.
Meat ants don't sting, but they bite with a vengeance, with mandibles honed like steel shears to rip through raw flesh. For the victim, it's death by 1,000 cuts.
The ants just swarm over whatever they're attacking, and all those tiny little jaws keep snipping and snipping and snipping until it's history. They can make an animal much larger than them run for the hills.
Whenever a meat ant is moving, it's hunting. And there are many mouths to feed.
Meat ant colonies have multiple queens, all pumping out larvae that need to be fed. This is why the colonies are always on the hunt. They just have so many larvae back at home screaming for energy-rich food.
In the eternal tussle for insect supremacy, some bugs are Goliaths, and some more like Davids with a bad attitude.
Meat ants are really kind of ill-behaved ants. These are aggressive ants that are perfectly willing to attack. They're scary ants.
Next, an armor-plated warrior goes to battle. Then, a spider supermodel on a killing spree. And later, no holds barred for two killer huntsmen. Meat ants are active in daylight, while rhinoceros beetles get busy at night. But there's sometimes a crossover hour. It's early morning, and a tank-like vegetarian blunders into meat ant territory. The alarm goes out through the colony.
The ants have sent out the chemical signal to call in further reinforcements. So if the beetle's in trouble now, soon he's going to be in even bigger trouble.
As the ants start nipping at his heels, he loses his balance and falls onto the nest. The beetle's best defense is its impenetrable armor.
Really, the only places where these ants are going to be able to get in and bite at the rhinoceros beetle effectively is at its joints.
And that's where the ants attack in force. The beetle tries to escape. He needs to get clear to fly away. But carrying vicious ants as excess baggage, he can't get to the runway.
The best thing it could do is fly away, but it gets ready to fly really slowly.
The ants dig deeper now. They crawl inside the skin of their prey, spraying formic acid. Savagely and relentlessly, dozens of mandibles are biting the beetle to death.
At this point, the beetle's armor is useless. The ants are going to crawl into every crevice they can and bite him into oblivion.
In this battle, size becomes a disadvantage. A lumbering armored tank is no match for armor-piercing infantry. When two bizarre spiders go into battle, it'll be a bug fight with a difference. One jumps, the other spits. For all its benign natural beauty, the rainforest harbors some truly odd creatures. The metallic green jumping spider looks like an eight-legged disco dancer. But it's an agile, spring-loaded killer.
Jumping spiders typically make the largest leaps to get from one location to another. When they're getting ready to attack, they'll use much smaller leaps so they can aim with absolute precision and get the bite in that perfect spot.
The jumping spider might be tiny. From end to end, no more than a thumbnail. What it lacks in size, it makes up for with sheer athletic ability. And it's got something else. Brains.
Jumping spiders display a level of awareness that is remarkable, far beyond most other spiders or bugs. They're intelligent and inquisitive, But most remarkably, they can adapt their hunting as the situation changes.
It has all the animal cunning of a jungle cat.
Jumping spiders are sometimes referred to as eight-legged cats, mostly because of their very large eyes, but they're also very feline in their predatory behavior. They'll stalk their prey, they'll circle it, they'll leap onto it and then bring it down with their fangs.
In the human world, stalking is a crime. In a bug's world, it's a skill that puts food on the table. But the jumping spider isn't the only clever predator in this jungle. There's a serious rival, the only creature on planet Earth that spits deadly silk from its fangs.
The spitting spiders are generally pretty small, shy spiders. They've got 6 eyes, which is relatively unusual. And they've got an absolutely unique weapon, and that's the ability to spit silk. They rear up, they start vibrating their fangs, and then ejecting silk out of their fangs. It's really sticky. It contracts and effectively just pins an insect or another spider down to the ground.
Most spiders have silk glands in their abdomens, but the spitting spider comes with reinforcements. 2 extra glands in its oversized head.
The spitting spiders have modified their venom gland. The front of the venom gland produces venom the same way in other spiders, but the back end is modified so that it's producing a combination of glue and silk.
The deadly concoction is about to be unleashed on this unsuspecting cockroach. So fast, the human eye can barely see it. The sticky silk shoots out and pins the cockroach to the bark.
It'll come in and sting the prey very rapidly and then back off and wait until the venom actually works on the roach.
A cockroach isn't much of a foe. For a spitting spider, it's just food. But it's a different matter when the food can fight back. In a bug world jungle, 2 pocket-sized predators are on the prowl. One, an expert stalker, able to launch itself at an enemy like a jungle cat. The other, armed with an assault weapon straight from science fiction. Fangs that spit deadly silk with pinpoint accuracy.
The spitting spider is able to shoot gluey spit out of its fangs at incredible speeds that rapidly pins down its prey.
It's just a matter of time before the predators cross paths and cross swords. Like a leopard, the jumping spider has stalked its victim, silently, relentlessly. It leaps at the spitting spider, but it's off the mark.
The jumping spider has made a mistake here. It has lost that advantage of surprise. The spitting spider has all of the advantage.
The spitting spider takes a shot. It goes wide, but some of the sticky silk clips the jumping spider's leg. And the spitting spider fires off another round. only in slow motion can the airborne mass of sticky silk be seen. As the jumping spider is glued flat in the fork of a branch, the spitting spider comes in to administer the kill shot.
This just shows how important it is to get it right the first time. If you don't, there's a really good chance you won't be around to fight another day.
The jumping spider will never jump again, as its insides are sucked out. All that remains is the solitary reminder to look before you leap. When a vinegaroon and a striped-tailed centipede come to the surface, all hell will break loose. The rainforest is riddled with entrances to the underworld. From one dark gash, like some mythical monster, comes a striped-tailed centipede. Every night, it leaves its subterranean lair on a mission to murder. A hyperactive hunter plowing through the forest on 22 pairs of legs.
We'd think that they'd be getting tripped up all the time, but with each one longer than the previous, they never get tangled.
The centipede's speed and mobility are even more impressive when you realize it's almost blind. Its antennae act like all-seeing eyes. Beneath the antennae, on either side of the head, the main strike weapons, two modified legs, have become venom claws that deliver a toxic shock. Perched high on a leaf, a grasshopper thinks it's out of harm's way. But the striped-tailed express is hot on its chemical trail and severs a hind leg.
Now that's poor defense. The grasshopper really should have jumped clear while it had a chance, because now when the centipede comes back, it's not going to have a leg to stand on.
The venom claws now serve as silverware, pulling soft flesh from the exoskeleton. Like a discerning diner ripping meat from a lobster tail. Nearby, another denizen of the dark emerges, hungry for blood. With its heavy armor and creeping crab-like walk, the vinegaroon is a primeval nightmare.
Vinegaroons are like B-grade movie idols. I mean, they're just really scary, monster-looking animals.
Massive pedipalps, ending in crude pincers, grab prey in a merciless embrace, then crush it against serrated armor plates. Like all arachnids, the vinegaroon has 8 legs, but only 6 are used for walking. The first 2 are sensors that the vinegaroon taps around like a blind person's cane. Its heavy armor is enough to deter most predators. If that doesn't work, the vinegaroon mounts a reeking rearguard action.
They've got a gland at the base of their tail that is capable of spraying what's essentially vinegar as much as 3 feet away. They're able to move their tail around, aim it toward the predator, and then spray this mix of acetic acid and caprylic acid. It breaks down an invertebrate's exoskeleton.
But will the vinegaroon's heavy weapons be enough to defeat the striped-tailed centipede when it attacks head-on? Next, underworld demons fight to the death. Then, hardcore mean girls go head-to-head. And later, ultimate fighters face off. In the dead of night, The rainforest is haunted by underworld demons. A voracious, striped-tailed centipede follows a trail to its next meal. Meanwhile, a vinegaroon waits for its dinner to arrive. The centipede attacks with spiny feet and razor-sharp venom claws. The vinegaroon wields giant club-like pedipalps, spiked pincers, and serrated plates. Who'll survive the battle of the night terrors? The centipede charges in like a hungry locomotive. But the vinegaroon grabs first. The centipede lashes its body around. Venom claws looking for a way in.
The centipede is tough, but this vinegaroon has it in a really, really tight grip in the pedipalps. It's almost like being caught in a nutcracker.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. Even if the centipede manages to get away, he's going to have a terminal headache, and I don't think he's going to get very far.
The centipede's legs kick feebly as claw-like chelicerae tear into its neck, almost severing the head. Regurgitated digestive juices flood the wound, transforming solid flesh into centipede soup.
So it seems that the old adage of live by the sword, die by the sword is just as applicable to the bug world as anywhere else.
The vinegaroon savors its victory, ferrying its dead foe back to the underworld to feast in peace. When a wolf spider meets a Sydney funnel web spider, it's a deadly contest between the old and the new. Although there are almost 40,000 species of spider, they come in two main categories, modern or primitive. Like this Sydney funnel web, a dinosaur. It's changed little over millions of years.
In terms of temperament, the Sydney funnel webs are just ill-tempered, cranky spiders.
It's the grumpy old man of the bug world. It's still around today because it's a successful hunter. And the key to its reign are these. Two of the biggest, most powerful jaws in Spiderland, backed by super venom.
You don't survive for several 100 million years without being effective predators and being good at what you do. So the funnel webs may not have many diverse behaviors, but in fact, what they do very well.
But there are downsides to being Spider version 1.0. It can hardly see from its 8 eyes. Its lumbering frame isn't very fast. And its lungs are underdeveloped, so it's exhausted quickly. It mostly lies in wait, in moist, shady corners of the forest, with a small web funnel at the entrance.
What characterizes these webs is it has a narrow funnel or a narrow retreat that the spider lives in. So it may have a hole in a log that's covered in silk, and then it runs out from this retreat in order to capture prey.
But what happens when this prehistoric monster comes face to face with a modern-day warrior? Will the old still outgun the new? Next, the ultimate showdown, where winner takes all. In the world of monster bugs, there are two types of spider, modern and primitive. This is spider version 1.0, the prehistoric Sydney funnel web.
The Sydney funnel web is not only a seriously cranky spider, but they really tend not to back off. They're really an ill-natured spider. Their fangs are oriented parallel to one another, and so they strike down. And the way the funnel web does this is it rears its carapace up and then strikes repeatedly down with enormous force. The force is reputed to be sufficient to kill a mouse, to crush a mouse skull.
This cricket came too close. And the funnel web's caveman table manners make short work of any prey. While it may be showing its age, the funnel web is always ready to take on newcomers. This is spider version 2.0, evolving much later. The modern wolf spider is faster, stronger, and loaded with stamina.
The wolf spider is so fast on its feet, it can cover 2 feet in a single second. That would be the equivalent of me doing a 100-meter dash in 1 second.
With state-of-the-art eyes, nothing escapes its attention.
The wolf spider has 4 large eyes on the top of its head, but also has 4 smaller eyes coming across in a row on the front. This gives it fantastic night vision and some of the best vision of any spider.
It lies in wait for a hapless victim, like this cricket.
He is fast and powerful, basically the cheetah of the spider world. He hits his prey so fast and so hard, they literally get bowled over.
Sharp-eyed, fleet-footed, packing powerful venom, the wolf spider is a major upgrade from its primitive cousin. Though it can outstalk and outrun any contemporary, sometimes it has to face off with its prehistoric past in a test of evolution.
The wolf spider's best defense is his ability to outrun or outjump pretty much anyone.
Although wolf spiders are faster, wolf spiders have vision on their side, I don't think wolf spiders are as intrinsically tough and ill-natured as a Sydney funnel web is.
It's a full moon, and the wolf spider is on the prowl. Night vision and advanced weaponry ready to go. Also on the offense, a funnel web, its legs sensing the slightest movement on its trip lines.
The funnel webs will rear up, and you can see venom dripping out of the tips of their fangs. And they will stay in this position for 10, 15 minutes, ready to strike should the potential predator or prey come any closer.
The encounter quickly turns into a standoff as two killers, close enough to touch, weigh their next move.
It's a tricky standoff, like two gunfighters waiting for the other one to flinch. The funnel web spider has bigger fangs, but the wolf spider has the speed.
One thing is for certain. The next move will be fatal. The funnel web strikes first. As the funnel web's massive jaws rip open the wolf spider, venom floods in. Today, old beats new. Ancient history wins the day. Although dinosaurs never made it to our present day, it's a different story in the bug world. Here, living history proves that new isn't always better. When a tiger assassin bug and a silverback cross spider meet for dinner, only one will enjoy the victory feast. On any day in this Costa Rican jungle clearing, you'll find an unlikely hunter prowling the petals. With a cumbersome body and an alien head, the tiger assassin bug looks more like a clown than a killer. But there's nothing amusing about this predator.
They'll eat pretty much anything that they can handle, any small arthropod.
Bulbous compound eyes, attuned to color and movement, are constantly on the lookout for prey. When it strikes, thick front legs tipped with twin gripping claws pin the victim down. When an herbivorous Katydid gets a tap on the shoulder, it doesn't even have time to leap clear. Ending its days impaled on one of the bug world's strangest and most effective weapons. Part dagger, part hypodermic needle. When the proboscis punctures flesh, the horror's only just beginning.
Once it's in, it starts injecting this nasty, nasty, paralyzing fluid that immediately makes its prey go immobile. Then it starts pouring digestive juices into the prey.
Having its main strike weapon attached to its face means the tiger assassin bug must always get dangerously close to its victim. But the silverback cross spider prefers to remain out of the firing line.
She sits there facing downward, with the pairs of legs arranged like a cross. Now, this is partially behavioral camouflage, but it also allows her to monitor each quadrant of the web simultaneously.
The silverback cross spider also lets her web take the hard work out of hunting. Thick silk patterns, called stabilimentum, reflect ultraviolet light.
Insects that collect flower pollen are drawn to any ultraviolet light source. So by putting the stablementa in the web, the spider is being ingenious. Not only is it attracting the pollen gatherers, but it's also attracting their insect predators.
Any flying, jumping insect is at risk. Within seconds, this Katydid is trapped in a silken spin cycle.
When she reaches the prey, she'll begin throwing silk around it as fast as she can, but using her long legs to keep it at a distance. Once it's safely hogtied, then she'll move in and deliver the venom.
Her snack disposed of, the silverback cross spider settles back into her web. Her shape and sheen break up her silhouette, making her almost impossible for many animals to see. But if there's clear and present danger, she'll adopt a bizarre defensive strategy.
The silverback will start bouncing the web back and forth, adding a little bit of energy every time until the entire thing becomes a blur. It makes it impossible for a predator to focus on the spider, let alone catch it.
But the silverback isn't the only seasoned killer in this jungle clearing. Will its silky skills be enough to defeat a trained assassin? Next, spear versus silk in a fight to the death. Night in the leafy killing fields. A tiger assassin bug is poised to attack a silverback cross spider. But she's not intimidated. There will be war. The tiger assassin bug has a stabbing proboscis that injects toxic saliva. The silverback cross spider throws strong silk to immobilize its victim before finishing it off with venom. The assassin bug crash lands in the spider's lair. The owner rushes over. She hesitates, sensing danger. Then, in a blur of wrapping, she pulls out silk like bandages. The tiger is trapped. Or is she? The silverback tries to make sure.
This spider species venom isn't particularly strong, but it's still adequate for the job. Now that she's delivered the first dose, she'll sit back, wait for it to take effect, and then move in for the kill and collect her bounty.
Hoping her victim poses no further threat, the silverback cautiously returns. But the tiger has one final surprise. Its proboscis stabs through the silk, dripping with toxic saliva.
The assassin bug would still love to get its proboscis and paralyze the spider that's attacking it.
The tiger assassin bug tries to stab, but the silverback carefully keeps her foe at a safe distance. Until eventually, the venom claims the feisty assassin's life.
That battle may have been lost, but it made a valiant attempt to survive.
The silverback cross spider will never know how close she came to sharing her victim's fate. What happens when a deadly tree scorpion invades a green ant kingdom? It's a call to arms, to defend the empire. This plant is about to become green ant territory. In less than a day, they will swarm over its leaves and bend them to their will. It's empire building by an incredible society that thinks as one.
colonies are interesting things. This is where hundreds of individuals behave like a single organism.
They may think as one, but they're divided into specialist teams. There are workers, porters, guards, and beneath this swarm of servants, a queen.
In an ant colony, the queen is by far the most valuable thing. She sits there day in, day out, pumping out hundreds of eggs.
Construction on the queen's castle is underway. It's an ambitious undertaking, but every green ant is a born engineer with equipment to match. Up front, its mandibles are like a hydraulic press, lined with razor teeth. On a human scale, they could lift a 7-ton truck. In the ants' world, they can slice off a limb or hold up a roof.
Imagine us being able to lift something hundreds of times our body weight using just our mouth.
With their jaws and legs, ants become heavy machinery, pulling massive leaves into a cocoon. For adhesive, they use silk spun from larvae, carried around like living bags of glue. But this Army Corps of Engineers isn't just building a new kingdom, they're defending it. For other bugs, it's become a no-go zone. Any breach is met with overwhelming force.
The strength of green ants is in numbers. While some of them will pin the prey down, others will come by and bite it over and over and over again until it's defeated.
Like a crack commando unit, a squad immobilizes the beetle, while others start slicing it up. Green ants can capture and butcher a beast in just minutes. But some creatures can be too hot to handle. Like this killer, descended from the first bugs to crawl on land 300 million years ago. The tree scorpion. It's a wily opponent, built for a quick kill. It has size and sting on its side.
It captures prey by stinging it with this venom, grabbing it with the pinchers, and then tearing it apart and eating it.
The tree scorpion stalks the lower rainforest canopy. There's nowhere it's scared to go. It fears no one.
Scorpions are hunters. Scorpions will basically take whatever they're able to successfully capture. Insects, other scorpions, they'll attack a wide range of different animals.
Its confidence and lethal advantage come from super-sensitive hairs on its legs and body. The slightest movement registers, even the flap of a fly's wing. And leading it straight to the kill zone are sensors beneath its body called pectines.
These pectines, think of them as combs, are extremely sensitive to substrate vibration. So as they're walking along, these combs are responding to vibrations from the ground.
The tree scorpion has bizarre table manners. Its mouth has claws. This creature knows how to look after itself in the rainforest. But how will it fare in a border dispute? Nearby, the ant empire is expanding overnight. The tree scorpion's territory is under threat. And any dispute will quickly turn into all-out war.
When a green ant colony attacks a much larger animal, anything that can be bitten will be bitten.
When green ants invade your territory, they don't negotiate. They simply arrive in their thousands and start building an empire. There's no diplomacy, no discussion. They owe allegiance only to their queen.
Green ants are extremely territorial. They will protect their queen at all costs.
The tree scorpion shows no such respect for the queen, nor her faithful subjects. It's been spotted by a lone scout. It's David versus Goliath. But no one's told the green ant. No matter how futile the attack, it's programmed to lock on to its foe. The scout is easily dispatched, but it has sent out a chemical distress signal. It's like sounding an air raid siren inside the colony.
The defensive strategy of the green ants is built all around teamwork, sending out chemical messages that'll bring in lots of ants. You'll have hundreds of them pouring into that one area.
Ant numbers swell quickly. Each attaches itself, trying to outmaneuver the giant intruder. Sensing an advantage, the ants deploy their weapon of mass destruction, a cloud of formic acid. Sprayed from each ant's abdomen, the cloud is like pouring molten lava on the scorpion's wounds. It lashes out, and its victims are piling up. Medic ants deal with the wounded. But more soldiers swarm in to replace the dead and dying. The onslaught overcomes the scorpion's last defenses.
Ants are able to hold on to different parts of the scorpion so it isn't able to sting. There's a limit to how many it's able to grab with its pinchers.
The scorpion is pinned, helpless. The ants then set about dismembering their victim, chewing through its joints. They start carrying away the ultimate trophy of war, the scorpion's stinger. There's nothing their victim can do. Once it loses its sting, its fight is over. Many ants have made the ultimate sacrifice. That's how the colony works. One individual dies, an empire is defended. Long live the queen. Even the water is not safe. What happens when a water strider takes a swim with a water spider? It's time to run, but there's nowhere to hide. Some call him the Jesus bug, because he too can walk on water, although he prefers to jump at lightning speed.
If something tries to catch him, his best defense is to just skate across the water. But He can also use the water like a trampoline and jump up in the air. They can travel 100 body lengths in a single second.
It's like a 6-foot-tall human taking off at 400 miles per hour. More incredible still, the water strider never gets wet. Along each leg, thousands of tiny hairs trap air bubbles, and this makes a waterproof coat. Also helping to keep the water walker dry is surface tension on a pond. Buoyed by this skin of water, the strider wields a lethal weapon. It's a giant proboscis that spears and kills its prey. It also doubles as a drinking straw for insect innards.
Like a hypodermic needle on legs. His bite is mean.
A small creature that can't handle the water soon becomes Bug Slurpee.
Water striders feed on the water surface. They're basically an undertaker who make the sick and dying die.
The water strider turns any pond into a battleground, but it doesn't have the field to itself. The water spider is just as comfortable on a pond as it is on land.
Water spiders are able to travel across water much more effectively than most other spiders or many other invertebrates. If they were a car, they're moving on the order of 300 miles an hour. I mean, they're just incredibly fast spiders.
Though this female is bigger than the strider, she still doesn't sink or get wet. She also relies on tiny hairs to make an air suit. Even more astonishing, she has tiny claws at the tip of each leg, giving her incredible grip on the water surface. And when a potential meal, like this fly, hits the water, it telegraphs ripples straight to the spider's sensors.
By putting their feet at the water's edge, they're responding very closely to vibrations coming from the water. They're exquisitely sensitive to those vibrations.
There are worse ways to go than drowning. You can be killed and eaten inside out. In a face-off between these two floating attack machines, it all comes down to who moves first. The spider is strong and fast, but the strider is even faster. It'll be a case of the quick or the dead. Next, stealth fighter versus speed machine. These water striders are drifting around the pond with the wind. At the water's edge, the spider dangles her sensitive feet, picking up the slightest movement. The striders, too, are feeling for vibrations, but they're unaware of the spider hidden against the rock.
They tend to be very nicely camouflaged. Often they have coloring that up against rock faces, you just don't see them.
Unaware, two striders have drifted into easy range. One uses its lightning speed to escape. The other is not so lucky. Deadly venom shoots into the strider. It will never know what happened.
The fangs are used to squish the prey up to some extent. It is simultaneously regurgitating digestive enzymes. So what they're basically doing is they're dissolving the prey, turning it into a protein milkshake, and then sucking it down.
The strider is turned to liquid.
The water strider was in the wrong place at the wrong time to mess with a water spider.
In bug water world, no one gets wet, but you can become a drink.